how many capital punishments they doled out last year, but I think it was close to a record. I think they might have, reined in the public beheadings and stuff like that. Capital punishment, they're still killing people left and right. In fact, all over the Middle East, in countries that the U.S. supports and Israel supports. So for them to get there and go on some moral grandstand and say something like, well, Hamas is waging war against these subversives that we put there to try to, because they know that's the only way they can win, right? Is through civil war. That's how it always ends with these things. They always have to, fight, fuel the insurgency, fund the insurgency, stoke the flames so that they can destroy these countries from the inside out. So that's what they're going to do. And then what's going to happen? There's going to be another, 2 million Gazan refugees and some, immigrant who's just been completely messed up because they've seen like 100 people blown apart, is going to go do some crazy shit in a country that either they immigrated to illegally or they're a refugee, and then it's going to turn into this big political fiasco. Just don't fuck with other countries. Period, point blank. Now, again, what's the point of me even saying this? We're going to do it anyways, but that's what's going on. So I'm just trying to say that these people lie pathologically, and if they're saying they're going to make peace with the Russians, bet the opposite. If any of that was true, we would be seeing signals, right? We would be seeing this nosediving, because this is all about factoring in geopolitical risk. There's other things as well, but it's primarily geopolitical risk. And if you get rid of that geopolitical risk, you can ameliorate all of the various affected parties, at least temporarily. That's going to bode well for the global economy. That should create a boom, right? That should create a condition where you want to invest in things and not put your money into something which isn't really going to generate returns, or at least historically is not supposed to. That's not its intention, is to generate returns. Its intention is to retain value. So if gold is just there to retain value and everybody is going for it, then that means that they're worried that there's going to be a crash of colossal proportions. For this to over double now, like we're getting to the point where we're going to talk about it tripling in the last few years very soon, if it continues on this trajectory. And look, they tried to paper slam it here, and these paper slams are getting really pathetic. Like, look at that. So they've lost control of this, guys. I mean, I said that back at 2000 or 2100. They've lost control. If it goes above 2000, all bets are off. And here we are. And silver is actually performing better than gold, because that's kind of the poor man's FOMO. Not only that, I mean, it's a metal of war. I had a whole bunch of notes, and I haven't used a damn note yet. Oh, boy. Where should we go? What's Donald Trump saying here?
Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. You know, they've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it. And well, we're in one now. Look, we have.
So we're in a trade war with China. It's official. That's why I wanted to show you that clip. We're officially in a trade war with China. Now, according to Rybar, which is a very popular military analysis website, media agency in Russia, they're claiming that the Ukrainians have a plan for a war with Russia through the Baltic, and they released these plans. I haven't really looked at this in much depth, but yeah, it's interesting anyways, because right now they've closed permanently several roads from Estonia to Russia. And this comes after they've seen a bunch of Russian troops on one side of the border. So like everything you're being told is a complete lie with respect to this war. They're preparing for war. Russia is preparing to take these out. Because if you're Russia and you have to fight all of Europe, you don't want them to have any foothold on your borders. And these countries are closer than Ukraine, albeit I think it's not as flat. And I don't know much about the topography, but it's more wooded. So there's, and I think there's some rivers that go through here that that provide some natural boundaries. But the Russians are now tabling their own offensive plan. So these plans are drawn up, is what I guess the takeaway here is that they have a plan for how they would invade Russia from the Baltic states. And the Russians are saying through Rybar, which of course is a state commissioned organization, that we have a plan too to counter it. And in fact, we are going to take this island called Gotland Island, referred to as one of the unsinkable aircraft carriers in the Baltic Sea, and how they're going to defend Kaliningrad, as well as take all of these three little Baltic states here. So, doesn't look too good. Here's what Scott Bessent had to say about China.
85 U.S. senators are willing to give President Trump the authority to put up to 500% tariffs on China for the purchase of Russian oil.
So they would get that passed in the Senate and the House, probably no problem, whenever the government comes back, that is, because we're approaching a record government shutdown. And that's the other thing. We're talking about a government shutdown. There's no press in the Pentagon. Sure, the mainstream media always lie anyways, but it's still kind of nice to have the spin, on the Pentagon narrative, the corporate funded, largely influenced by the military industrial complex media. It's still nice to have that. So we don't have press at the Pentagon. The government is shut down. There's paramilitary in the streets. Gold is going parabolic. There's nuclear capable Tomahawk missiles being threatened against Russia. The United States is effectively threatening Russia with nuclear war, because that's what it would be eventually. That's the gateway into that. Trump admits there's a trade war with China. You got bombers flying around the Caribbean, and the Venezuelans don't know what that means. Does that mean that an attack is imminent, or is that an exercise? They're doing live fire exercises with bombers in the Caribbean, right off the coast of Venezuela. You have an unprecedented meeting of every high-ranking general. You even have generals quitting, and you have no nuclear treaties. I mean, if that doesn't spell disaster, I don't know what does. This is the U.S. Admiral, 4-star general, is retiring amid military strikes in Caribbean. So this is the guy who overseen all of the operations in Venezuela, and he's taken a walk. Alvin Holsey just took over the U.S. Southern Command late last year for a position that normally lasts 3 years. I see a pattern developing here. Wonder what's going on. Maybe he didn't want that on his conscience, because he knows what they're going to do. And here's the other thing. Okay, this is the craziest shit. Trump plans victory fund for Ukraine. Weapons for Ukraine to be bankrolled by fresh tariffs on China. Okay, so remember when he said, oh yeah, it's just Europe buying the weapons. So now they're going to spin it as, oh, it's actually China paying for the weapons, even though these tariffs were supposed to offset whatever sort of shortcomings in the exchange and the trade deficit. And that was supposed to be used to pay down the debt, to build out infrastructure. I'm not hearing about any big projects to build high-speed rail across the country. I mean, I've heard about name changes to various places and statues erected and putting gold over the Oval Office, but I haven't seen any big plans for massive, infrastructural reconstruction. Oh, they are going to build small modular nuclear reactors on military bases. So, we got that. We got that anyways. And the soldiers got paid, which is good. I'm not knocking that. That's good, but understand they're always going to make sure that the soldiers and the police get paid. But one thing I will caution, police, soldiers, One day you're going to retire and you're going to have to live in the prison that you created. You get what I'm saying? For those of you Canadian police officers, someday you're going to retire and you're going to have to hand in your gun. And you're going to have to live under the same laws that you had to enforce. Maybe you didn't agree with them, but you enforced them anyways. Think about that. And time flies. You might be at the end of your career. You might be in the middle of your career, but you're building yourself a prison. That is why they'll make sure you always get paid while they do this shit.
It makes perfect sense. All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. All praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh Ba'ashem Mashiach, Yahweh Shai, Yahweh being the name of the Heavenly Father, Yahweh Shai being the name of His only begotten Son, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. Kwam Yasha Allah, rise Israel. Double honors to our elders, continuing to wake up the lost sheep of the house of Israel in these last days. And as you can see, it's a lot going on. You know what I mean? As you can clearly see, it's going down. Okay. And you know, a lot of people aren't talking about Russia as much because you have you know, Iran was bombing Israel. Trump has Venezuela surrounded. All these things are going on. There's massive protest in U.S. cities, uprising of the people. But you can't forget about Russia. You know what I mean? Trump was talking about giving Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, which could be nuclear tipped, of course. When Zelensky came out the meeting, he said, you know, we're just not going to talk about it. And, you know, with the idea that they're not going to get the Tomahawk missiles, this, that, and the third. But what I got from it, Zelensky is pretty much saying, you know, we're just not going to talk about it. It's not going to be an issue that in the media. So who knows what's going to happen as a result, but we all know what the scriptures say is going to happen as a result. So this lesson is called Who Moved My Cheese? Okay. It was a book and, you know, an animated depiction of the book. You know, we're going to look at that today, and we're going to look at the current events currently happening in Babylon and beyond. All right. So let's begin. All right. Let's begin with first I have to say Fair Use Act, Fair Use Act. This video is protected by the Fair Use Act. This is for educational purposes only. Okay. If anybody has a question of copyright, please contact this YouTube handle, and your video will be taken down, or I don't know. You know what I mean? A lot of strikes happening nowadays. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff's going on. So, you know, install don't want information to be available. Okay. So let's begin with Revelation chapter 3 and verse 6. Let me line up the videos. Okay. Hopefully your Shabbat is restful. And your prayers are being answered. All right. Is there anybody available to read today?
Hey, Shalom, Kasaja, Yabashan, Shabakatam, Shabbat.
Khan, Yabashimasha,
Yab,
Brakatah,
Barakatah. I read for you, King.
Khan, all praises, King, the water.
Yonder bar.
Khan, we're going to start with Revelation chapter 3 and verse 6.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 6. When everybody have it, say Khan.
Khan.
Con. Con.
All praises. He that have an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches.
Khan. So it's really like, if you are paying attention, do you have a conscious mind? Are you hearing what the Spirit says unto the churches? You know what I mean? For the most part, we all got ears. You know what I'm saying? You can hear me now, right? So, do you have understanding? Do you know what I'm saying? What's the understanding? You know what I mean? So let's get to Deuteronomy 13, and we're going to start at the top. So there is a lot of interesting things occurring on the planet. Do you know what I'm saying? People believe that, you know, uh, King Tut is coming back. You know what I'm saying? People believe that white Jesus is going to return. You know what I'm saying? And they might have, they might be. I'm not wanting to say they not might be right. They might say something that comes true. Might say, "Yo, Donald Trump is going to be the president of the United States," and then this, Egyptologist, is right in that aspect. People thought Kamala was going to win. She was going to be the Illuminati pick for president, but this person said Donald Trump's going to win. So now it's like, man, I got to follow what they're saying. That's deep. That's heavy. You know what I'm saying? But is it really? You know, let's see what the scriptures have to say. Go ahead, King. You start at the top.
Con. Deuteronomy chapter 13 and verse 1. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder,
Go ahead.
and the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them.
Khan. So, outside of the truth, so Buddha, Krishna, Islam, white Jesus. Okay. Go ahead, verse 3.
Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord Yahweh your God proveth you, to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul.
Khan. So the Most High is testing us. Do you know what I'm saying? Um, a million man march, Islam can bring together a million black men in Washington, D.C. They're doing it again, and we're gonna march over here, we're gonna march over there, and it looks good. You know what I'm saying? But is it of the truth? Is it of Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahushai? Right? God's testing us. Okay, go ahead, read verse 4.
God, ye shall walk after the Lord Yahweh your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments, and obey his voice, and ye shall serve him and cleave unto him.
Khan. So this is the way, this is the truth, this is the light, that narrow passage, not going to the left, not going to the right, staying on the straight and narrow. Okay, go ahead, verse 5.
And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he have spoken to turn you away from the Lord Yahweh and your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord Yahweh thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put evil away from the midst of thee.
Khan. So of course we're not in power to put anybody to death. The Most High will take care of that. You know what I'm saying? So for false prophets to arise, their reward is death. All right. Now let's go to Acts 2 and 14. And we'll see how, you know, um, see how the Lord tests us, how the Lord will have our own people go against us. You know what I'm saying? It's a walk. We're in for a walk. This is a spiritual fight. And you have to have some type of ear to hear. You gotta, not sway back and forth with this doctrine and that doctrine. Yeah, Islam, that makes sense. So after the tribulations, after everything happens, then boom, we gonna have that's when Islam comes in. That's when the Quran makes sense. Okay, yeah, I got that. And before that, it was the Book of the Dead. So that came before. They had the Ten Commandments before that. The talk about the flood and the Epic of Gilgamesh, and so you try to bring all these ideologies and doctrines into the truth is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you never read the Book of Jasher? Oh, you gotta read that. You know what I'm saying? The Nag Hammadi, yeah, that's important. You know what I mean? How do you get understanding without reading these pseudo texts? You know what I'm saying? Stay on the straight and narrow. Okay, let's go to Acts 2 and 14.
Khan, it's the book of Acts, chapter 2 and verse 14. But Peter, standing up with the 11, lifted up his voice and said unto them, Ye men of Judea, and all ye that dwell at Jerusalem, be this known unto you, and hearken to my words.
Khan, okay, so Salakia, matter of fact, you start at verse 12. My bad.
Khan, verse 12. And they were all amazed and were in doubt, saying one to another, What meaneth this?
Khan, because during Pentecost, all the Jews from different regions of the world came together and they could all understand each other, even they had different languages. Go ahead, verse 13.
Khan, verse 13. Others mocking said, These men are full of new wine.
They're drunk. How much were you all drunk? Look at you. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? It was something very spiritual that was going on, but people that didn't understand were saying these people are drunk. Okay, go ahead. Let's go to Genesis. Now we'll hold Acts. Go to Genesis 37. This is nothing new. You know what I mean? It's nothing new in Israel to not fully understand and grasp something spiritual that just occurred. Okay, that's why it says, "Who moved my cheese?" I was comfortable right here. You trying to move where I was comfortable at? Okay, let's bring that out. Genesis 37 and 5.
Khan, it's the book of Genesis, chapter 37, verse 5. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more.
They hate him even more. He's telling them, I got a dream, Most High's gave me a dream, I'm trying to tell you, like, man, this bull shining, man, we ain't like you anyway, you getting all types of coats from dad and all this other stuff, and now you dreaming and this, that, and the third more, nah, ain't gonna tell us about it, nah, so let's go back to Acts, so we go from the so-called Old Testament to the so-called New Testament, and Israel, Israel, the same spirits on the earth. All right, let's go back to Acts chapter 2 and verse 14.
Khan, chapter Acts, Acts chapter 2 and verse 14. But Peter, standing up with the 11, lifted up his voice and said unto them, Ye men of Judea, and all ye that dwell at Jerusalem, be this known unto you, and hearken to my words.
Khan, okay, he's like, look, man, let me explain something to you. Go ahead.
For these are not drunken, as he supposed, seeing it is but the third hour of the day.
Khan, man, it's only, it's 9 in the morning. What are you talking about? Somebody drunk. All right, go ahead.
But this is that which was spoken by the prophet Joel.
Khan, what was spoken by the prophet Joel? Read on.
And it shall come to pass in the last days, saith
Slakia, and we're in the last days, correct? Are we not? You just seen the beginning of this class, the things that's going on that's not even making the news. Tomahawk missiles potentially going to Ukraine. Gold is at $4,400. That is ridiculous. It went up $100 in a day. Do you know what I mean? That's a barometer of war. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the President Trump called the Secretary of Defense the Office of Defense, he's the Secretary of War now. You know, we're about that action in America. You know, they bombed Venezuela shipping, fishing boats, which is a hit to their economy because who's going to go fish when the drone's going to blow you out the sky? And they also bombed a Colombian fishing boat. You know what I'm saying? So with that in mind, we're in the last days, and don't even worry about the economic barometer of inflation. You paying hand over fist for uh goods and services, inflation in the grocery store. You know what I mean? There's mass protests all around the country today. Bank stocks have collapsed, which could easily go into these are regional banks, could easily go into your JP Morgan Chase and Bank of Americas and all that. And then what are you going to have? You're going to have bank runs. Okay. So we're in the last days. Go read on, King.
King. And it shall come to pass in the last days, saith the Lord God, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams.
Time. Okay. And we're in that time period. So, you know, let's see what the Spirit says unto the churches. Let's go to Numbers 12 and 6.
It's the book of Numbers, chapter 12 and verse 6. And he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream.
Go ahead.
My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all my house.
Because Moses was the meekest. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't Meek Mills. He was Meek, the meekest on the planet. Okay, go ahead.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches. And the similitude of the Lord Yahweh shall he behold. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
So he, Most High, watch your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Talking against my servant Moses. Okay. So the dream aspect. Now, the first video I'm gonna put is a dream that I had, right? This was on the Sabbath. You know what I mean? This was on the Sabbath. So it was during the Feast of Tabernacles, after, actually last week, right? So after doing the class, it was time, you know what I mean? Hour prayer, 3 p.m. It was time for meditate. This is something that I do, right? So I knew this was going to be a important meditation because one, it's the Sabbath. Two, it's the Feast of Tabernacles. Just got finished a class. Through, you know, looking at the nor'easter that came through, we were actually still supposed to be at the Feast of Tabernacles, but you know, due to weather restrictions, we decided to hold it in our house. So I knew this was going to be an important meditation, right? So as I'm meditating, I fall asleep almost towards the end. I know that because I woke up, I'm like, oh, I missed a part of this meditation. And it felt really heavy, like, go to sleep. You know what I mean? There's almost like there's somebody saying, go to sleep, go to sleep. So I'm like, all right. As I was going to sleep, I said, this is going to be an important dream. You know what I'm saying? Didn't know what it was going to be, but I knew it was going to be important. So here's the video. You might have seen it already, but I put it up on Facebook. Here is the dream that I had, and I tried my best to detail it as best I could. As I was asleep, it rained. And when I woke up, it wasn't raining anymore. And that's when I realized, boom, I had a dream, wrote it down. I really didn't have to write it down because it was in my head, but wrote it down anyway. Because I have literally books of dreams, copybooks full. If I have 2 days go by without me dreaming, I gotta ask the Most High what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So notice one thing: I don't talk too much online or whatever about my dreams. You know, sometimes they have to do with which way to go next. Is test. You know what I mean? Something would happen and then it'll rewind and it happen again. Like, did you do that? What could you have done better? It's pretty much refining. You know what I mean? Um, Future events. A lot of it's vast, right? But I don't normally talk about it online. So I just wanted to say that to say, if I'm talking about this, it's for a reason. It's not, out of the clear blue. This is something that the Most High, the Most High put the spirit on me. Boom, bring it out. Okay. So here it is. Israel, want to share with you this dream I had during the Feast of Tabernacles on the Sabbath, the seventh day of the Feast of Tabernacles. I was riding on one of them e-bikes, right? And I rode up to a mountain. And on the mountain, it was like a plateau. And the peak of the mountain was a narrow steps. It looked like the water that was coming down from these narrow steps was almost like silver, right? And underneath it was like dirt. You can see the dirt underneath the water. So I'm like, this is mud. I'm not gonna be able to, ride my e-bike up there. I don't even have an e-bike in real life, but this is during a dream. And I hear a shofar blow. You know what I'm saying? I hear the trumpet blow. And I turn to my left. Boom. I see a man of great stature, right? In the midst of two olive trees blowing the shofar. So I go over there to greet him and everything. You know what I mean? He's wearing like purple and gold, like IUIC wears. You know what I'm saying? And talk to him, and he says, how can I get to the top of this mountain? I'm like, yeah, it looks like, the water's coming down, over there, and, can't get to the top. He's like, yeah, I see that. Or I saw that, right? And, like I said, he's dressed like IUIC. So I say, um, Most High willing, we're in the last days. Most High willing, I know our camps, I'm HOI, our camps, aren't, like we're on like bad terms or anything like that. But, IUIC, Israel United in Christ says, they don't get down with any other camps for all their videos. I'm like, maybe we in the last days, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we can, get that, we can do better with that, right? I woke up and, maybe we can do that, you know what I'm saying? Because for real, like the name Israel United in Christ means, Israel is united, you know what I mean? I had times where, I was having camps and people would come out of their vans and stand right in front of the camp and like kind of like turn their back. These are Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So it reminded me of like Crips and Bloods and Serenos and Latin Kings and you know what I'm saying? Like back in worldly type time. Instead of saying, look at this, brothers following the law, statutes, commandments, shalom. And I don't think, we ain't gotta, exchange social security numbers and I ain't gotta tell you my mom's maiden name and all that, but just having like respect for one another. And that's nothing against IUIC, brothers in Philly and IUIC, saluted them outside of Malcolm X Park, 52nd Street, a few years ago. You know what I'm saying? But I think overall, the message overall is that we need to come together, not all one big Voltron camp. I don't think that's going to happen, doctrinal differences, but like not hating each other, not, looking at each other's videos so you can mock and say, oh, look, this brother said this and he said that. You know what I'm saying? That
that type of energy is weird to me. It was weird to me in the world, and it's definitely weird to me in the truth, because we supposed to be a light. You know what I'm saying, to our brothers and sisters that don't know who they are. But if you acting like the damn Crips and Bloods in the truth, then you know what I mean. That's falling backwards. You know, so it happened the same day actually as I had Sabbath class, and I was talking pretty much like the same thing, like humble down. You know what I'm saying? Don't be all proud. You know, pride goes before destruction. You know what I'm saying? You know, and a ball of light, a orb, as some people call it. You know what I mean? Like I say, like an angelic being. It came out of my throat and rolled around my shirt and went back into my chest. And it was right around the same time talking about other camps and, like, you know, being humble. So later on that day, as I was meditating, I ended up falling asleep and I had that dream. And I just really wanted to share it with y'all. And, you know, I believe that, you know, the Most High is definitely trying to say something. You know, man of tall stature in between the olive trees. It was heavy, you know what I'm saying? So be encouraged, Israel. We're in these last days. You got masked agents with AR-15s taking out women and children that don't have any clothes on and zip tying them in Chicago at 4 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Masked agents kidnapping 15-year-olds, gripping her, taking her out of her car, throwing her in their car. That's kidnapping. You know what I'm saying? Just because they got a little vest on. You know, you get a vest from one of my ICE agent vests, you can get one of them from Amazon. You know, you get an AR-15 from up the block. So, and then little Pooh Shiesty mask, you know what I'm saying? You saw rocking Pooh Shiesty mask now. So we in a crazy time. So let's not go against each other. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know, you watching this video, if you hear me, if you agree, you know, comment on this video. Comment Con 777, and what camp you from? You know what I mean? Because we follow each other on Facebook, but we see each other in real life. It's like it can be hate, and I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, share this video if you agree with what I'm saying. If you hear the message, you know what I mean? Coming from your how about Shimmy, I was shot, man. You know, it's a dream I had. All right. So y'all stay focused out there, man, and fear God, keep the commandments. Kom Yashal. Shalom.
Okay, let's get 1 John 3 and verse 15. You know, and that's just what it was. That's just what it was. And all praise to the Most High. You know, my cousin, you know what I mean? That's not in the truth, you know what I mean? But you know, he obviously knows because boom, his old head's in ISUPK. So he's like, yo, let me patch y'all in. Let me, you know, connect y'all in. So I talked to the brother, and you know what I mean? Just goofy differences. I don't say goofy, but you know what I mean? It's not enough not to making it to the kingdom of heaven. You know what I'm saying? Every time I see ISUPK, they said only 144 coming out of them. I don't like them. You can't justify your thoughts to somebody who can read your thoughts and say, nah, you know what? I love my brothers. You can't say that to Yahweh Shem Yahushai. He knows what you're thinking. He can feel the energy. He can feel the negativity. So don't have that negativity against people that you have doctrinal differences against. And if they talking heavy about you, okay, God's going to deal with that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do we not believe in the Most High God? Do we not believe in His judgment? He's going to deal with that. He's going to avenge. Ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's petty stuff because I talked to him, and by the time we were done talking, all right, brother, I got your math, you got my math, boom, you know, you locked in. I like your spirit, this, that, and the third. We cool. And this is a captain. Do you know what I'm saying? So I that Ecclesiastes, I think it's 5:3, talks about dreams, having in your business, if you moving and shaking, you always thinking about this, thinking about something, you gonna have a dream about it, possibly. You know, say you just watch a scary movie and you have a dream about something scary or whatever like that. It's your waking hours going into your sleeping hours. But I wasn't thinking about this. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's why I put it out there. That's why I tagged brothers in there and shipped it across because I thought this was something very important. Because what you're going to see now, we're going to go into the videos of the current events that's happening in the world. What time you think we living in? This ain't this ain't the same time. You know what I mean? Yesterday's price isn't today's price. You know what I mean? Last year, you look at, what happened and who was in power and Biden or whatever like that. It wasn't no federal agents walking around gripping people up with Pooh Shiesty masks and AR-15s. It was a point in time like, oh, that's just the Hispanics. Oh, we ain't gonna fight with them. Jake was so proud with that. Oh, they're illegal, so it makes sense. You know what I mean? It's that third. And now what's happening? They going into your apartment buildings, taking your the blacks out and women and children and zip tying them at 4 in the morning. They tackling brothers that run out of the Walgreens because they see people with masks and guns coming in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what happened last year is different than what's happening this year. You got to put the petty differences away because if it's not petty to you, then fine. Then that will keep you out of the kingdom. That will get you on a bad side with how about Shem Yahushai. Because let's see what he says. Let's go to Matthew 22 and 36. Let's see what Yahushai says, representative of his father, right? He said, I'm doing my father's will. So he's coming in the name of Yahweh, the creator of heaven and earth and universes and galaxies. And we're going to get to all that. Galaxies. What is a galaxy? How many stars are in a galaxy? You know what I'm saying? How many planets are in a galaxy? And how many galaxies are there? He made all this. Okay. And let's see what he has to say. When it sums up the 613 law, statutes, commandments in the Bible, let's see what it says. Bring that out, King.
Salakia, you want me to drop that first John 3:15? You brought that out regarding about IUIC.
Salakia. Khan, my bad. Yeah, hold that.
No problem, Ken.
And let's get Matthew 22 and 36.
All right, Khan. It's the book of St. Matthew, chapter 22 and verse 36. Master, which is the great commandment in the law?
Khan, go ahead.
Yahushua said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind.
Khan, and love is what? That you keep the commandments, right? Go ahead.
This is the first and great commandment.
Mm-hmm.
And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Khan, love thy neighbor as thyself. Now, the first one's keep the law, statutes, and commandments, right? The second one is also a law, right? Leviticus 19, 17 of who your neighbor is. That's also a law, but he could have picked any law. He could have picked anything. He could have said, follow the feast days. You know what I mean? Just to sum it up. I'm gonna, this is what I want you to do. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, all thy soul. Boom. Follow the law, statutes, commandments. And also, make sure you come to the feast days. But he said, love thy neighbor as thyself. How do you like to be treated? You like when people talk about you? You like when people shake your hand on the little, yo, what's up? Yeah, go through all these Day of Atonements and still having that underlying hatred and negativity towards brothers. Would you want somebody to treat you like that? I would hope not. right? Go ahead, read next verse, verse 40.
Con. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? So treat your brothers and your sisters like you wanted to be treated. It's simple as that. All right, let's go to 1 John 3:15, and that's not hard. You know what I mean? It's not hard to treat people good. You know what I mean? No petty nature necessary. Salakia, don't come off mute. If you want to say something, make sure you say Salakia, but you got noise in the background. So, you know what I mean? Treat your folks like you want to be treated. Especially, I mean, look what's going on. You don't we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to what's happening in the world, but people are dying. We're gonna talk about that later on. Brothers is dying. Do you really want to get in front of the judge and have like petty differences? People you probably never even met. I can honestly say a lot of these, the camp leaders and like, oh, we don't mess with that camp. I never even met these dudes before. I can't tell you why I wouldn't like them. You know? And I'm not into the gangland, oh man, because I see him, it's on site, he wearing blue, I'm wearing red. Not into that. Never have been. Thought it was weird in the world. Think it's super weird in the truth. I let the Most High judge. Do you see me and you give me a little fake dap and, don't like me, this, that, and the third? All right, cool. The Lord will deal with you. But it's off my hands. Okay? Let's bring that out. 1 John 3:15, King.
Come on, King. It's the book of 1 John, chapter 3, verse 15. Whosoever hated his brother is a murderer, and he know that no murderers have eternal life abiding in him.
So ain't no hate coming on this side. You know what I mean? Keep that hate. That's gonna be on somebody else. Like you ain't gonna get it out of me. You know? And I was always the one, even in the world, trying to bring people together. Like, yo, we got a problem with them for. Because I'm from a neighborhood where, you know, outside of Philly called Yaden, right? And Darby was, uh, our like next door, lived next door. So it was always Yaden versus Darby, Yaden versus Darby. So we all went to the same school. You know what I mean? For the most part, right? So you would have, if I'm selling drugs and you selling drugs, I'm the biggest drug dealer in Yaden, you the biggest drug dealer in Darby. We got problems once we go to school because I'm trying to knock off my pack, you trying to knock off your pack. Boom. Uh, I like the girls that are from your neighborhood, you like the girls from my neighborhood. You come over here, try to talk to them, you gotta fight your way in, fight your way out. Sometimes people pull out guns and it got stupid. You know what I mean? People got stabbed, you know. But at that time, I'm like, nah, I'm not going with that. And that was in the world. Like, look, you from Darby, you cool, we cool. You know, if you not, you want to hurt me, I'm not gonna just go out of my way to spin your block and do all this other stuff. I mean, we did stupid stuff, but I would be the one to say, nah, man, let's dead that. We stronger together. And definitely in the truth, we stronger together because our prayers pierce the clouds. Let's go to Luke 6. Luke 6, verse 7. Our prayers pierce the clouds. Doctrinal differences and things that happened before I was probably even born isn't enough to get me, out of the kingdom of heaven. All right, let's bring that out. Luke chapter 6, let's start at verse 7.
The book of St. Luke, chapter 6, and verse 7. And the scribes and the Pharisees watched him, whether he would heal on the Sabbath day, that they might find an accusation against him.
So they're just watching, you know what I mean? Plotting. Okay, go ahead.
But he knew their thoughts and said to the man,
What
he knew their thoughts.
So you think you can get over on Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai with the fake love, the fake daps, the fake well wishes? Do you honestly think Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai is not reading your thoughts? Do you know what I'm saying? You heard a thing called CE5, Close Encounter of the Fifth Kind, where you can mentally project your thoughts to your how about Shemel Shai. There's people that can do that. You know what I mean? How? Through focus. Through focus, through obedience, through sacrifice. So if that's possible, and it is possible, you think you don't know what you're thinking? Against your brother, against your sister, and all because they're in another camp? Come on, man. Come on, Israel. Get up off that. All right. Boom. Let's go to Matthew the 5th chapter now. You could drop that. That's all I want to say. He knew their thoughts. How hard is that? Do you watch like encounters? They call them alien encounters, but you know, when chariots land and you know they have real close encounters. It's not talking like me or you were talking, it's telepathy. You're like, they weren't talking, but I could hear I could hear what they were saying in my mind. You know how simple that is for them to do that? Do you know what I mean? And even you got you know, you can see sparks of that in ourselves. Like, I know what he was thinking. You know what I mean? You know when the love is fake. You know when it's not genuine. You know, you can walk into a room and feel like, man, this don't feel right. Something ain't right in this room. You know, we got the little sparks of that. You know, that mental telepathy. Dang, I wonder what such and such is doing. And then they call you or send a text. And you're like, dang, I was just thinking about you. And you just go on your business like it never happened. But for angelic beings and those in the heavens to be able to do that, it's nothing. So you're not getting over on anybody. If I could tell that it's fake, then I'm pretty sure how about Shemel Shai could tell it's fake. Almost certain. Matter of fact, I'm 100% certain. Come on. All right. Let's keep going. Let's go to Matthew chapter 5. And let's see what I want. Matthew 5 and verse 21. Bubba Shaw.
King. This is the book of St. Matthew, chapter 5, verse 21. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not kill, and whatsoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment.
You know what I mean? You kill, you're going to be killed, right? Go ahead, verse 22.
But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment.
So, Slakia, so if you're angry with your brother without cause, you're in danger of judgment. You're angry for no reason. Do you know what I'm saying? It's beef that go back in Israel. Like I was talking to the brother, you know what I mean? From One West. It's probably like, I don't know how many people on this call or watching that don't even know where One West is. Never been to one class in One West. One West was closed down before you even came into truth. But you hating leaders that were in One West. Does that make any sense? Do you know what I'm saying? Are you really willing to put that all on the line? Oh, them camps, them niggas is wicked. Oh yeah, I know about them. You never met them before. You weren't even born. You weren't even born when they were in that school. But you want to put it all on the line. You out there prophesying and going to the feast days and giving alms and wearing your fringes and shalom, brother, shalom, sister. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna fast for you. I'm doing all this, and then you gonna get to the pearly gates. You gonna get in front of somebody that knows everything you ever did, you ever thought, all that, and say, "I did my job. I did what I was supposed to do." He said, "Get away from me, you worker of iniquity." You hated your brother in your heart. You hated your brother in your heart, in your mind. You smiled at him. You gave him the, hey, how about you, man? Con. You went through days of atonements, but you still hate your brother in your heart. Do you not trust in Yahweh Hashem El Shai will be the ultimate judge of anybody that bothers you? Have you never had any type of encounter where you prayed to Yahweh Hashem El Shai through somebody that did you dirty and the Most High God took care of that situation? That never happened? That never occurred to you?
What do you say?
That the Lord, Yahweh Hashem El Shai, Shalpar, you want to say something?
Back the pen over every time I sneeze.
Okay, what was I saying? That never happened. The Lord never answered your prayer. The Lord never gave you the insight on how He works. That He is the ultimate judge, and nobody's getting over on you, man. They can't. If you found a law to the T, you treat your enemy well. He puts hot coals on them. Isn't that what the scriptures say? So come on,
Salakia.
man. Get up off that. Salakia. Go ahead, sis.
If I can just give a quick testimony, not myself, but my daughter went through a situation like that, and I advised her kind of what you're saying to allow the Most High to handle her enemies. Some people know the story. She was in the 10th grade. She was attacked by a girl at school that put a combination lock on a string, and then beat her in the head while she was walking down the hallway, not even looking. She was running to the bathroom before class started. And the girl came out of nowhere and beat her. She ended up getting a big gash in her head. The security guard stepped in and everything. So of course, with all of that happening, what does kids want to do? Kids want to get their, what they say now, lick back. She wanted to get her get back on this girl, and I just kept telling her, no, let the courts handle it, let the Most High handle it. Don't do anything. She even called me one day. She worked at a grocery store, and she was like, "Mom, she's in here, like, and I'm fighting everything not to come around this counter and do something to her." And I'm like, no, don't do anything. Just leave it alone. So she listened to me. She left it alone and just kept praying on it. And I just told her, don't do anything. And then one day, maybe about a year later, she called me and was like, Mom, guess what? And I'm like, what? And she's like, guess who died? And I'm like, who? And she's like, Anaya. And I was like, what happened? And she was like, she was laying on a hospital table having surgery and she died on the hospital table. And I was like, don't take this the wrong way. Like, I don't have sympathy or empathy for people, but that was the Most High's judgment. That was your get back. That was your lick back for what happened to you. So that's just my small testimony to what you're saying, that yes, the Most High will handle your enemies. You just gotta pray to Him and put it in His hands.
Khan, and that's an excellent testimony, right? Excellent testimony. And also, people like, dag, a year, it took a year. Can you imagine where she was going? The other girl's life was going from there. Do you know what I'm saying? It was downhill. It was she was punching against the wall. She was uh uh stubbing her toe in the coffee table. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a progression of going downhill. From there, if they mess with you, if anybody messes with you, the Most High is gonna judge you. Ask them, Most High, can you judge the situation? Do you know what I'm saying? And sometimes, like in that situation, you might not even see it. You know, you were able to see it and give the testimony, but people that come against us at camp or say something smart in their mouth and then walk away, their life is downhill from there. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what happened. That's what the Most High does. He's the judge. Let him judge. You try to play the Most High, you try to play God and just keep anger and frustration in you at all times. it's messing you up. What they say, the famous line is like, I don't forgive, forgive them not for, for their sake, but for your sake. You walking around with anger and frustration in you, they not even thinking about you. They living rent free in your head. They not even thinking about you. You know what I mean? Put it in the Most High God's hands and make yourself blameless. We gonna get to that. You know what I mean? Being blameless in these last days. Let's get Philippians 2. You know, Philippians 2. And let me see what I want. Slack it. Philippians chapter 2 and verse 14. Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of Philippians, chapter 2 and verse 14. Do all things without murmuring and disputing,
Well, murmuring and disputing, Go ahead.
that ye may be blameless and harmless, the sons of God Yahweh without rebuke, in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation.
Slack it. Be blameless. We're in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation. We are in Babylon. It don't get no worse than this, man. Sodom and Gomorrah, Egypt, Assyria. Do you know what I mean? The nasty, disgusting Greeks, Greco-Roman Empire, all these people are here. Babylonians, confusion. This is it. This is a wicked, perverse nation. You got to be blameless. Aim to be blameless in these last days. Go ahead, read on.
In the midst of a crooked and perverse nation, among whom ye shine as lights in the world.
Let the Most High speak for you. So people be like, yo, don't mess with her. Yo, you heard what happened to her? Yeah, remember the girl that hit her with she died. Oh my gosh. Isn't she an Israelite? Yeah. Man, yo, don't mess with her. You know what I mean? Next person thinking about getting that lock in the sock or something like that, they be like, man, I might as well hit myself. Cause it's only gonna be downhill from there. She ain't gotta say nothing. I'm pretty sure people remember the situation. I'm pretty sure they understand that her life after that was downhill. She's in surgery and dies in surgery. Let the Most High fight your battles. Why go to jail for getting your lick back when, we gonna do? You gonna arrest her for praying to God? It's a Christian nation. It was built on the Bible, right? So let's read the Bible. Okay, let's go to St. John 14. And we're gonna get to who moved my cheese. Who moved my cheese? I was so comfortable doing this, that, and the third, but now it's got switched up. Y'all about Shemal Shai moved your cheese. All right, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So let's go to St. John. Let's bring that out. 14 and 2, King.
It's the book of St. John, chapter 14 and verse 2. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you.
So in my Father's house is many mansions. His Father's house, he's in heaven. He's in the heavens. Many mansions, planets, galaxies, solar systems. Like it's vast. Space is vast. I know some Israelites are there. I don't believe in no space. That's the white man lies. All right. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing, bucko. You know what I mean?
It's like it.
You know what I'm saying? And be like, the mind state of Jake, you know what I mean? You gotta test the spirit, man. I know a brother that, he was so smart because he didn't believe in anything. Oh, you believe in air? Y'all niggas believe in air. You know what I'm saying? You think you breathing out here. He didn't believe that, we were on slave ships. He didn't believe nothing. Oh, you believe, I guess the white man told you was a slave and you was a slave. I'm like, well, you can kind of go to Plantation, Florida. You can go up to Fifth Sixth and Market in Philly and see where the slave quarters were. Like you can actually look at the history of this. You know what I'm saying? Like when they wrote this about slaves and they have pictures of this slave ran away. I want $500 for him, this, that, and the third, but he didn't believe in nothing. So, Jake in that aspect, you got to take it with a grain of salt, right? But you look at the scriptures of when Job talks about the Pleiades, when he talks about Orion, and you could look up in the sky and see the same stars and galaxies that they talked about in the scriptures, then it matches up, right? I say that to say space is so vast, yet we're trying to hold on to this positions we have in captivity. We're literally in captivity. There's no what we're not partying. What are you partying for? People party every weekend, party every night, pop champagne. Nigga, you are in captivity. What are you celebrating? Do you know what I'm saying? There's no celebration here, man. Like we're in a house of mourning. Brothers is dying, brothers is getting sick. Where's I want to know. Let me know. Is there a party? Where we partying? Not saying we can't get together. We have our feast days. We still serving Yahweh Bashim Shai in captivity, but every day ain't no party, man. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to hold on, like in the world, like, yeah, man, I'll run this block. You know what I'm saying? Niggas might come over here, man, I'll run this right here. Nigga, public housing runs that block. You don't own anything. Everybody's renting. Everybody's struggling. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Now we're gonna get to that too. They taking away SNAP. They taking away food stamps. Okay? Know what this is. So in the world, brothers was trying to run the block and they come over, I'm gonna spark at them and this, that, and the third. And then when they go to jail, somebody else runs the block. And whoever really runs the block is the damn government, because if you don't pay your taxes, they're gonna take the block. All right. So let's not hold on to this idea that this is all that it is. We're gonna watch a video and we're gonna see how massive this place is. How massive. We're on a little blue dot called Earth. Okay. Let me see. Dang, I missed. I wasn't looking at the other chat. The Most High. Let's say her bullies in jail for her other bullies in jail for 15 to 20 years for abandonment and murder of her sons. One of them had died. She made my daughter high school years hell. So both her bullies got judgment, and this happened the year before we. See, I can't go further down. Before we came in the truth, it definitely wasn't easy for me not to sort out to the world and give all praise to the Most High, wisdom, early walk, and advise her this exact lesson. Khan, lean on Yahweh Bashim Shai. He'll take care of you. He'll take care of your bullies. He'll take care of your problems. It's as simple as that. And that's what's going to scare Esau when they really realize that God is listening to us. That's the fearful thing. You know what I mean? Coming at the prophets of old, got them jammed up. Lightning will come out the sky. Earthquakes will happen. Sinkholes will erupt. Most High is listening. He's speaking into existence to the Yahweh Bashim Shai. Ain't no law of attraction or, any weird stuff like that. You praying to God. God takes care of business. Okay? Can you read verse 3, King?
Verse 3. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, where ye may be also.
So we trying to get galaxies. To hell with the block. To hell with the city. I'm the king of Philly. I'm the king of New York. I'm the king of Jersey. I'm the king of California. I'm the king of Chicago. Right? King Vaughn. God killed you. God killed him. Anybody that's talking about they a king of this, they king of that, you notice the Lord been taking them out. You know what I mean? You ain't in righteousness, you think you running some. People been dying, man. And then they take away their children too. You know, the Most High will take away your children. You're like, oh, I'm not afraid to die, but you love your children. You know what I'm saying? So aim further out, far beyond what you can see. All right. Now I'm gonna play this video, right? And give you a insight on how vast space is.
I'm going to turn all the galaxies in the universe into pieces of cereal and pour them on my head in the swimming pool. And the question is, how high will they all reach? How many galaxies are there out there? There's also a bit of a surprise towards the end of this video I haven't seen before in any other videos on galaxies and space. So even if you're an astrophysicist, you might find that interesting. I'll come back to this in a second, but in the first video I ever made for YouTube, I shrunk the entire observable universe down to 10 kilometers in diameter, which is about 6 miles or 100 football pitches. Some people don't seem to like me using football pitches, so how about 37 Titanics? Maybe that's better. I did this because on this scale, galaxies are about the size of pieces of cereal. Here's our galaxy, the Milky Way, and our closest large galaxy, Andromeda, is about a ruler's length away. Galaxies in the universe are spread at a similar distance to this. So I thought this scale was a good way to visualize our universe, but it has a bit of a problem that I'm going to fix in this video. That problem is it's really hard to picture how many pieces of cereal or galaxies there are in a 10-kilometer wide sphere when they're spaced this far apart. Humans just aren't very good at understanding the numbers of floating things in space. So I'm going to put them all in one place. I want to tangibly see and feel just how many galaxies there are out there. I can't help but feel if I could actually swim through the galaxies in the universe, I'd have a much better understanding of the scale of our universe. That's why I'm in this swimming pool, and because they can be a little hard to see like this, why I've turned the galaxies into pieces of cereal. This is a pretty standard 4-lane 25 by 12.5 by 1.8 swimming pool, half the length of an Olympic swimming pool. When it's full of water, it's a little over 500,000 liters. And just to remind you, each one of these signifies a galaxy like our own. Each one has hundreds of billions of stars in, each and every one. And there are more planets than there are stars. So hundreds of billions of planets in each piece of cereal. The fact that there is more than one galaxy in the universe already melts my brain. So the fact they can be poured like this is something I struggle with. It looks like I might have to speed this up a little bit. So if you guessed that all the galaxies in the universe would indeed fill this pool, you'd be right. It's hard to wrap my head around just how many there are in here, but it doesn't actually end here. Because it actually fill more than 355 of these swimming pools. This is the observable universe. This is what hundreds of billions of galaxies look like if you put them all in one place. Now that they're all crammed in next to each other, let's turn them back into mini galaxies. This is just one pool amongst the 300. It's just mind-boggling, isn't it? Here's the Milky Way, here, just this one. And our solar system is about a third to a halfway out from the center. And our galaxy alone is so vast and wonderful, but it's just one amongst all of this. This is actually a lower limit to the number of galaxies like our own that are out there. And this is just the observable universe, as far out as we can see, because light has only had the chance to get to us from these galaxies. But we know the true universe stretches beyond this. It's either a lot bigger than this, or it's infinitely bigger than this. It's hard to look at all of this and not be overwhelmed, but it's also hard not to think something else. It's hard not to think, are we sure about this? Is this an estimate? Because these numbers seem a bit silly, don't they? How do we really know this stuff? Often in science, explaining how we know something can take a while and involve some equations and some complexity. But the answer to whether this is true or not is pretty easy. We know there are this many galaxies because, well, we can take a picture of them and just count them. That is literally it. The difficulty is in taking the pictures. Most galaxies are so far away and faint that we need a telescope in space to see them, like this one here, the Hubble Space Telescope. In 1995, we used it to concentrate on one small patch of dark sky for 10 days to see if there were any galaxies out there. This is the image it took. It's called the Hubble Deep Field, and it might be the most important image ever taken. When it was first processed, nobody could quite believe what they were seeing. NASA weren't sure that they'd see any galaxies in such a small patch of sky. Until then, we'd only found a few thousand galaxies. Some didn't even think spending all this time taking this image was worth it. There are 6 stars in this image. They have an obvious cross shape, and I've put circles around each of them. Otherwise, every single other point of light you can see is a galaxy, not a star. There are 3,000 galaxies in this image. But amazingly, that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is how big that patch of sky is compared with the moon. It's just 1/24 millionth of the night sky. We've since taken many more of these images, and it's the same in every direction. And if you multiply 3,000 times 24 million, you get 72 billion. We just take the number for a patch of sky and multiply it by the rest of the sky, because wherever we point Hubble and others, the density of galaxies is the same. We've since taken slightly better images, so 72 billion has been pushed up to about 200 billion. We can see about 200 billion galaxies as a bare minimum with current technology. And these are the big galaxies we can see, the ones like our own. There are so many smaller galaxies too faint to detect, and it's estimated that there are more galaxies now because we see these galaxies in the distant past because it takes a long time for their light to reach us. So you might hear estimates of 2 trillion galaxies out there, but I've just used the smallest number of 200 billion for the swimming pools here. These are the galaxies we can actually see and take pictures of.
So there's more to this, right? About 15 more minutes, but it's just to really wrap your mind around. We said my father's house, many mansions. Many's an understatement in what we can figure out. You know what I'm saying? But Yahushua says many mansions. What's many in his eyes? Just a little tiny point in space. 3,000 galaxies. We live in one galaxy. We live in a solar system inside of a galaxy. And that's all we ever have known is Earth or our little city or our little state or maybe our little country. But it's much more vast than that. You know what I'm saying? So let's not get caught up. We get caught up in our little worlds and this, that, and the third, and it's a bigger picture. We have the creator of all these galaxies, all these solar systems, all these planets watching us, sending the angels to watch us and make sure we doing what we supposed to do, or we gonna get caught up, right? So we'll put on this next video. It's called "Who Moved My Cheese?" It's like, hold up, I'm comfortable though. I'm comfortable where I'm at. Don't bother me. You know what I mean? Don't give me no dreams. Don't give me no visions. I don't want to hear it. Right? I'm comfortable. The comfortability, is it can lead you into a jam. Nonsense. Sleep is the cousin of death. Stay woke. All right. So here's the next I'm about to put in. Let's get St. John chapter 7 and verse 31 on deck. Okay. This is one of the scriptures that the elders brought out at the Feast of Tabernacles, talking about Yahushua, you know what I mean, and how comfortable the Pharisees were. Like, hold up, don't let's not, this guy shows up and he's gonna mess up what we got going for us. You know what I mean? So we're gonna bring that out after we watch this.
Once long ago in a land far away, there lived four little characters who ran through a maze looking for cheese to nourish them and make them happy.
As you can see, the quality isn't the best, like somebody recorded this with I don't know, fax machine or something, but you get the bigger picture.
Two were mice named Sniff and Scurry.
And two were little people named Ham and Haw.
As different as the mice and little people were, they shared one thing in common.
Every morning, they left their homes and raced out into the maze to find their favorite cheese.
Sniff and Scurry had simple brains but good instincts. They used a simple method of trial and error.
Sniff would smell out the general direction of the cheese.
And Scurry would race ahead.
They often went off in the wrong direction and bumped into walls.
But Ham and Haw had complex brains with beliefs and emotions that made their life in the maze more complicated and challenging.
Finding cheese was important to the little people.
It was a way of getting what they thought they needed to be happy. For some, it was having material things. For others, it was health or peace of mind.
For Haw, cheese meant living in a cozy cottage with a loving family on Cheddar Lane.
To him, cheese meant being a big cheese in a mansion atop Camembert Hill.
Eventually, they all discovered their own kind of cheese in Cheese Station C.
Every morning after that, Sniff and Scurry woke early each day and ran the same route through the maze to Cheese Station C. Sniff and Scurry hung their running shoes around their necks in case they needed to get to them quickly.
But Ham and Haw awoke each day a little later and sauntered over to Cheese Station C.
After all, they knew where the cheese was and how to get there, and they assumed it would always be there.
Ham and Haw put their running shoes away. They thought they wouldn't be needing them again.
This is great. There's enough cheese in here to last us forever. Sure is.
They felt secure. They even decorated the walls with sayings.
Ham and Haw became so comfortable they didn't notice what had been happening.
Meanwhile, Sniff and Scurry inspected the area each morning to see if there had been any changes from the day before.
One morning, they arrived at Cheese Station C and discovered there was no cheese.
They weren't surprised, since they'd noticed the supply of cheese had been getting smaller.
The mice did not overanalyze things. The situation had changed, so Sniff and Scurry changed.
They were soon off in search of new cheese.
Later that day, Ham and Haw arrived at Cheese Station C.
They had not been paying attention to the changes that had been taking place.
What? No cheese? Who moved my cheese? It's not fair. Ham, I know we're smarter than mice, but we're not acting like it at the moment. What'll happen if the cheese isn't here tomorrow? I've made plans based on this cheese. While Snip and Scurry had moved on, Ham and Haw continued to hem and haw.
One night, Haw wrote on the wall,
The more important cheese is to you, the more you want to hold on to it. The next day, Ham and Haw still somehow expected to find their cheese in the same place. Why did they do this to me? Now, where are Sniff and Scurry? Do you think they know something we don't?
Nah, they're just simple mice. We're little people. We're entitled to our cheese.
Yeah, but maybe we should just simply get going and find some new cheese.
Oh, no. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I want things to be the way they were.
Meanwhile, Snip and Scurry moved further into the maze. They didn't think of anything else but finding new cheese.
After much trial and error, Snip and Scurry found the biggest store of cheese they had ever seen at Cheese Station N.
Meanwhile, Hem and Haw were still hemming and hawing at empty Cheese Station C.
Then Haw began to imagine himself out in the maze, finding fresh new cheese.
Before long, he could almost taste it.
Come on, Hem. Let's go.
No, I like it here. It's comfortable. Besides, it's real dangerous out there.
Haw imagined the worst. His hope of finding new cheese faded.
So every day, Hem and Haw went from their homes to cheeseless Station C.
And returned home again with empty bellies, full of nothing but stress.
My cheeks. My cheeks. Ham, look at us. We keep doing the same things over and over and wonder why things don't get better. It's time to move on.
You're not really going out into the maze again. Why don't we wait here until they put the cheese back?
You just don't get it. They're never going to put the old cheese back. That was yesterday's cheese. It's time to find new cheese.
Oh, but what if there's no cheese out there? Or what if you can't find it?
Ham, life moves on, and so should we.
No! Who moved my cheese? Who moved my cheese? Who moved my cheese?
If we
Who
don't
moved my
change, we could become extinct.
Like him, a part of Haw was afraid. Then Haw wrote on the wall what he had been thinking about.
What would you do if you weren't afraid?
It wasn't long before Haw knew what to do. Haw gathered all his courage and jogged into the unknown.
It's space time!
At first, he felt lost. But it wasn't long before he began to find his way.
Being back in the maze isn't nearly as bad as I feared. How did I get into this situation? I'd been watching what was happening.
Haw stopped to write on the maze wall what he was learning.
Smell the cheese often so you know when it's getting old.
Haw hoped that these handwritings on the wall would not only be reminders to himself, but also a marked trail for him to follow if he chose to enter the maze.
Why do I feel so good? I don't have any cheese and I don't know where it is. Aha! When you move beyond your fear, you feel free.
The more clearly Haw imagined himself finding new cheese, the more real it became.
Imagining myself enjoying new cheese even before I find it leads me to it.
Finally, Haw arrived at a large cheese station.
But it was practically empty.
I'm too late. If I'd moved on sooner, I might have found a lot of new cheese here.
Haw did find several delicious morsels of new cheese.
It wasn't much, but enough to keep him going.
I've got to get back and tell Hem there's some new cheese out here.
Haw raced back to Cheese Station C, following the route he had marked.
He found his friend still hemming and hawing. Hem had not even put on his running shoes.
Oh, Hem, you look hungry. Here, have a few bits of new cheese.
I don't think I would like new cheese. I want my own cheese back. I'm sure if I wait here long enough, things will be the way they were.
Will Hem ever change?
Hem was left behind, hemmed in by fear, comfort, and denial.
I guess Hem believes he can't or won't enjoy new cheese. He seems to believe that if he ventures into the maze, things will get worse. I see now that if I do things differently, things will get better. When you change what you believe, you change what you do. Paul found bits of cheese here and there and began to regain his strength. He had hoped that Ham might find his way by reading the handwriting on the wall.
Paul had let go of the past and was adapting to the present. He was pursuing new cheese.
Then it happened.
Piled high everywhere was the greatest supply of cheese he had ever seen.
Wow! New cheese! Is it real or just my imagination? It's real.
Paul realized that Snip and Scurry had been enjoying new cheese for quite a while. He vowed that next time he would change faster.
Han knew it would be easy for him to slip back to his old ways if he got too comfortable.
So each day he inspected Cheese Station N to check the condition of his cheese.
He went out into the maze and explored new areas.
He knew it was safer to be aware of his real choices than to isolate himself in his comfort zone. Then one day, Haw heard what he thought was the sound of movement out in the maze.
Could it be Ham? Was Ham about to turn the corner?
Haw hoped that maybe at last his friend was finally able to
Move to the new cheese and enjoy it.
Can you read the handwriting on the wall? You know what I'm talking about? Hopefully you enjoyed that bit. But it's what the class is about. Do you know what I mean? Who moved my cheese? It's about adapting and moving forward in the right direction. Okay. The Pharisees didn't want to do that. The Pharisees were stuck in their ways. Let's bring that out. John chapter 7, King.
Khan. This is the book of St. John, chapter 7, and verse 31. And many of the people believed on him and said, when Christ cometh, will he do more miracles than these which man hath done?
Khan, go ahead.
The Pharisees heard that the people murmured such things concerning him, and the Pharisees and the chief priests sent officers to take him.
We gotta get him out of here, man. This guy's doing miracles, and he might be the Christ, and people are believing in him. We gotta get him out of here. He's gonna mess up this good thing we got going. That Stephen A. Smith spirit. You know what I'm saying? These good, them good white folks up there. You talking about you don't like Donald J. Trump or Jasmine Crockett talking mean and ghetto about these white folks. You know what I'm saying? They treat us good. You know what I mean? That's the Pharisee spirit, right? Let's go to John chapter 11 and verse 47. They even say that, And like I said, I don't know if it was Elder Zabak or Elder Torah that brought this out at the Feast of Tabernacles. During when Yahweh Shai was at the Feast of Tabernacles, they try and get him, you know what I mean? They try and get him in a jam. All right. Let's bring that out, King.
Khan. This is the book of St. John, chapter 11, and verse 47. Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees, a council, and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles. If we let him...
Khan, go ahead.
If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him, and the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
Khan, the powers to be, them white folk gonna take away what we got going. We got a good thing going here. You know what I mean? And that's the type that, won't move my cheese. You know what I'm saying? Who moved my cheese? I get to sit at the chief places and the synagogues, and people know who I am when I walk down the street, and they give me free apples and all this other stuff. That mind state of being comfortable in captivity, because they were under the Romans, they were comfortable in captivity, and they want nobody to change that. You know what I mean? That's off. We gotta see the writing on the wall and see, where we should go from here. Right? We gonna keep on doing the same thing, expecting different results, hating other brothers and sisters that, aim to follow the law, you know, following the feast days, they keeping the Sabbath, you know what I mean? But, through doctrinal differences, I hate that brother. I hate your guts and I hope that you die. You know what I mean? Nah, that ain't where it's at. All right. Let's get James chapter 4 and verse 1. And not for nothing, uh, being from, I'm in Philly, right? So Philly has a reputation of brutal violence. You know what I'm saying? It can happen at any time. It can happen on the buses and schools and what I mean, malls, wherever. You see the wrong person at the right time, and they ain't got no gun on them, somebody's getting shot. You know what I mean? And a lot of things happen due to people not able to get along, not being able to communicate effectively. You know what I mean? Beefs from jail, beefs from high school, beefs, neighborhood beefs. And, sometimes it's just confined to the neighborhood. And sometimes that thing it gets unleashed in broad daylight in front of everybody. Cameras watching, police right down the street, police right there. It don't matter, right? So being in that environment, right, can't hate brothers because it will end in extreme violence. It will end in homicide, end in somebody getting shot, stabbed, jumped, beat with a bat, whatever, you know? And it's so prevalent that you don't even notice it if you in it. You ain't notice you in a damn war zone until you get out the war zone. Go outside the country, go to another state, go to another city. Like, so y'all don't kill each other here? When's the last time somebody got shot? You'd be surprised. Y'all don't kill each other here? What in the world? So coming from that, you know, we don't have that type of issues here. I remember one time, as far as hate for other camps. I remember one time we were out and it was a rough camp, man. It was rough. Like, oh, people just walking by, not listening, and wasn't getting any traction, so to speak, and it was a difficult day. Here comes GMS, right? GMS Philly. Walk by, Shalom, brothers, Yahweh Shema Shabbat, Yahweh Shema Shabbat, Yahweh. Walk down the line, greeting us, Yahweh Shema, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And it gave us life. You know what I mean? It felt good. It was like, wow, man. You know what I mean? All praise to the Most High that happened because we would have went home, head down, like, man, this man, we ain't getting no fruit today. Nobody listened. It was all demon time and people giving us a hard time and this, that, and the third. It just was a rough camp. But them brothers gave us life in that time, because they come from the same environment. We can't hate each other like, oh, who's that? HOI? Oh yeah, I don't like them niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do a live on them niggas. We ain't got that. You know. Another time I seen, IUIC. Seen them brothers down, Malcolm X Park. It was during the Juneteenth rebuke. Seen them there. Oh wow, okay, what's going on? Because we pretty much they up north, we down here with our camp, so we really don't see each other, But seen them brothers, dap them brothers up. Y'all watch them out, shower, everybody smiling and everything. So that's just Philly, man. Move different. You know what I'm saying? And so and I'm gonna show you why. I'll show you exactly why. Can you bring that out, King James chapter 4, verse 1?
Khan. It's the book of St. James, chapter 4, verse 1. From whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lusts that war in your members?
So, fighting and going to war and this, that, and the third, you know what I mean? Having, that lust spirit on you, right? Go ahead.
Ye lust and have not, ye kill and desire to have, and cannot obtain. Ye fight and war yet he hath not, because he asked not.
So that lust causes violence and homicides, and you know what I mean? Um, and you don't get what you want, you know. So it's a very poverty-stricken city. You know what I'm saying? Where you could literally make $7 an hour, and your rent is $2,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? The years of $500 rents is gone, you know, but we never took that step of wages going with the cost of living and inflation, you know? So, you know, you're paying maximum prices, but making the bare minimum. So brothers want, you have the spirit of a king, but you just don't have the finances of a king. You know what I mean? So that causes division. You know, it can, you know, what it Styles P said it. He said, the school system sucks. They're poisoning the food, and poverty put niggas in a really bad mood. So from walking around, you know, what's going on, brother? What's going on? How you feeling? Give you like a look like, man, I hate you. Cause I'm about to get kicked out of my house. My kids, I just came from my house where my children are crying, and all I got in the refrigerator is baking soda and water. And then it could go from there to like, all right, well, F you then. What, nigga? Da, 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 da. And then it just spiral out of control. And it happens in the schools, happens in the jails, and it spirals out of control. Go Acre, verse 3.
Khan, ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss, that he may consume it upon your lust.
Con. So the things that brothers lust for, you don't get, because he's gonna, you know, it wouldn't be good for you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna get. Yeah, I need to get this Rolls Royce. I'm gonna stun on him. I'm stun on him. You're not getting that because you're just trying to be, you know, being over top of somebody. You know, like the meme of the slave boat where they have chains like, yo, my chain's shinier than yours, and the brother sitting next to you like, nigga, we on the same boat. You know, stop trying to compete with me. We both in captivity right now. And I'm not talking about a chain with diamonds and stuff. I'm talking about the chains they put around our necks. You know, that's the mindset of Jake a lot of times. All right. That's why we don't get, most High don't give us what we think we need. Let's go to Ephesians chapter 4, verse 31. And let me give you this is the next video. This is our campsite right here. Campsite got shot up again. This is normal, you know, unfortunately.
You read the handwriting on the wall? Change happens. They keep moving the cheese. Anticipate change. Smell the cheese often so you know when it's getting old.
Slakia.
Adapt to change quickly. The quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you can enjoy new cheese. Enjoy change. Savor the adventure and
I'll let this
enjoy
play
the
out.
taste of new
It's the next
cheese.
video.
Be ready to change quickly and enjoy it again. They keep moving the cheese.
Maybe not. Let me see what's going. Slacky, all right, here we go.
From the Live Center, just learned from Philadelphia police that the man who was shot on the Broad Street line platform this morning has died. The 27-year-old man was shot in the chest, and he was initially taken to Jefferson in critical condition, but he died late this morning. This is video as police were taping off that platform there down at City Hall. A 27-year-old suspect turned himself into police with his gun. Now, they're still trying to figure out the motive of all this. It, of course, caused a lot of issues during the morning commute with trains having to bypass City Hall Station. Service is back to normal, but again, now police are investigating this as a homicide, Jackie.
So the guy that they got, he's wearing scrubs. This is the morning commute. He's on his way to work. Do you know what I'm saying? He's on his way to work, sees somebody he knows and argues with him. You know, because they brought that out later on in the news that, you know, they know each other. You know? So in front of City Hall, in front of every camera you can think of, Jake pulls out a gun and shoots him. Now, why does he do that? He might have thought the other guy had a gun. You know what I'm saying? Because you have beef with somebody. If you have any ill will towards somebody and you see them, it's on sight because that person might shoot you. So what did I think Ice Cube said it, and then Neef Buck reiterated, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. So this is the violence that's seen on a daily basis. You know what I mean? Our campsite across the street from City Hall is one of the most violent blocks in Philadelphia by, I would say, by capita or whatever. You know what I mean? By the shootings, the armed robberies, stabbed. You know what I mean? It goes down, and it's across from City Hall. So this is the climate of the city. You know, you can't have an attitude towards people because it can turn deadly. So I mean, you can, but you might be doing life or you might be in a box. You make the decision. Okay. Let's bring that out. Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 31, King.
It's the book of Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 31. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and evil speaking put away from you with all malice.
Yeah, man, you gotta let things slide. You gotta let it go. Put it in the Most High's hands. You arguing with a killer. This guy's on his way to work. He's wearing scrubs, so he has a good job. He works in a hospital somewhere, right? But now he's going to jail potentially for the rest of his life, unless he can, you know, prove that the other guy had a gun and he felt threatened and this, that, and the third. But as they're talking about it, the other guy didn't have a gun. You know what I mean? Can you read verse 32?
Khan. And be ye kind one to another, tenderhearted, forgiving one another, even as God, for Christ's sake, hath forgiven you.
Khan, yo, you got it, bro. You right. Nah, it ain't me no more, man. I changed my life. And the messed up part is he might have said that, but at a certain point, you know, the bull might have been said, you might have just upped it a little bit, like, nah, we ain't going, nah, you ain't getting no pass. You know, remember you did this last time? Remember you did this 20 years ago, 30 years ago? Just hoarding stuff, man. Bringing up old stuff like a plunger. Dudes be doing, man. You know what I mean? And it could cause death and destruction. And now this guy, his family's planning a funeral, arguing with somebody, and this guy's you know, went from his good job to going to jail potentially for the rest of his life for arguing with him. You know what I mean? Having an argument with this dude. What was the reason? The streets, no, the streets will talk, but was it worth it? Not at all. All right, let's go to James chapter 3. We gotta learn to put things in the Most High's hands. You know. Let's do James chapter 3 and verse 5.
It's the book of St. James chapter 3 and verse 5. Even so, the tongue is a little member, and boasteth great things. Behold, how great a matter a little fire kindleth.
That mouth, man, that mouth be putting people out. You know, that mouth put a lot of dudes in the grave. You know, go ahead, verse 6.
And the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. So is the tongue among our members, that it defileth the whole body and setteth on fire the course of nature. It is set on fire of hell.
That tongue will put you in the dirt. That tongue will put you in the pit. You know, trust in Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. Trust in your heavenly Father. You follow the law, statutes, commandments. He listening to your prayers, before something bad happens. And that's worldly things going on. The into the truth. Don't curse out a brother in your heart. Don't curse out a sister in your heart just because they say that the new moon is the full moon. Just because they say that I don't know, doctoral differences, you know what I mean? They wear a hat during camp. You know what I mean? Cursing them brothers is wicked. Them brothers, all most high gonna kill them brothers. Let God judge. You know what I mean? That's you said it once. You put it out there already, What's the point of beating a dead horse? Okay. Now let's go to Revelation chapter 13, verse 6. Because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. It's time to who moved my cheese? It's time to read the room. Read, you know what that means? To read the room. You go in to a bank that's being robbed, and you go in there, hey, what's going on, everybody? Hey, buddy, give the robber a hug, and you be like, what's going on? And you get shot. You're not reading the room, right? You have a psychopath running the country, finger on the nuclear button. Federal troops in multiple cities in America. Ask the brother in Chicago if they got ICE agents in Chicago ramming people's cars and dragging them out of the car, running into Walgreens with guns and putting a knee on a teenager's neck. Ask them if this stuff's going on. Shooting tear gas in the crowds and rubber bullets. And they got real guns too. It's only a matter of time. It might be a psyop, but allegedly the cartel said $50,000 on the head of if you take out an ICE agent. Might be a psyop. I seen a video, Saki. I seen a video, not a video. I seen a picture of with Jake. It's like a video though. It's a video, but I screenshot. I'm gonna put it up of Jake saying $50,000 for ICE. Yeah, we got that. That could be AI. So if an ICE agent gets killed, they're saying, oh, the African Americans did it. You know what I'm saying? We got to read the room. Khan, somebody said Slakia?
Hey, Shalom.
Khan. Yahweh Shemel Shabbat.
Shalom, Yahweh Shemel Shabbat. Yeah, and that just goes to show the hatred our people have, because normally Jake don't commit crimes like in a downtown area. You know what I'm saying? They they have them flash mobs and stuff that might come out and wild out. But we're a little bit more, careful about committing crimes like in a downtown area, especially against Esau or against another nation. But that's Deuteronomy 28. His eyes should be evil towards his brother. It's like on sight, nigga. I don't care if we downtown in front of these white people. That downtown Philly, that's, the morning commute, people going to work, whatever. Esau's all down there, but Jake don't care. Is that I is so evil towards his brother is just on sight. They could be in a damn corporate office and they gonna kill each other. You know what I'm saying? Like the movie Django, when Leonardo DiCaprio was like, keep fighting, niggas. You know what I'm saying? Right in front of Master. And that's where a lot of that comes from. It comes from slavery. So Jake is normally not prone to commit crime like in a downtown area. And you see a couple of weeks ago, the woman got shot downtown Philly. She was fighting a Jake, and the Jake took the gun from her and shot her with it. So it's like that hatred towards our people. They won't really go down there and do that to Esau in one of them corporate buildings. But they'll go down there, and kill each other on sight, because that hatred, it don't matter where we at, that hatred towards each other is just there. So you can't even really blame it. I mean, you could say the hood, yeah, our people kill each other in the hood, but We see each other anywhere, and that hatred, man. That's why a lot of times a concert or a movie or a club or whatever, because Jacob run into the op. Right? Oh, yo, them niggas is up in the club tonight. You going allegedly to party, have a good time, whatever, mingle, drink. You're supposed to be going to have a good time. But on site, a lot of times these killings and stuff happen at these public places because Jake run into the ops. So it's like that hatred we have towards each other. Nigga, you in scrubs. Go to work. Take your ass to work and go to the hospital to help save a life today. But that hatred is just crazy, man. That hatred, it's like on site. And who the hell got a ratchet on them on the damn morning commute? You know what I'm saying? Who the hell got a ratchet on? Well, obviously Jake did. But who's thinking about shooting the op on the damn morning commute, man? It's damn rush hour, nigga. Go to work. You know what I'm saying? But these curses are deeply embedded in our people, man. And that's Deuteronomy 28. His eyes shall be evil towards his brother. Jake and Eve see each other on sight. They don't care where it's at. They don't care who they're around. It's going down. And it's sad, man. Because like I said, even growing up in New York, you didn't really see too much crime. Jake gonna think twice because it's downtown, it's the work area, it's Esau, whatever case may be. They will do it to each other, but they normally would think twice about committing such a heinous crime in a public downtown space like that. But the curses are deep, man. We got to get out of here. Kwame Shala.
Khan, excellent point, Elder. Khan.
Get out here.
Shala.
Gone.
Khan. Go, you want to bring
But
something out?
yeah, like the elder was saying, is true. Like we don't really be doing that on the downtown area. But nowadays, that's just like, yo, you got to protect yourself because they know it's rough out here. You know what I'm saying? So you going to work with your gun on you because you don't want to get caught out there. You ain't trying to die. You know what I'm saying? So in a lot of cases, brothers carrying their guns with them, like just to help to protect themselves. Because it's so crazy out here nowadays.
Yeah, Salakia.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's true,
So
man. Because I see a lot of the videos where they're like, you don't want to get caught slipping. You
right.
know what I'm saying? So they got this sister on YouTube. She shows women how to carry their gun real discreetly. I forget
I
her
see
name.
that.
Yeah,
I
but
see her. Yeah.
she be like all dressed up and she'll have like 3 guns on her.
3 guns on her. Yeah. Yup.
Cause yeah, that's a good point. I know the curse on us, but that's a good point Gabar Ash is making also. Like when you look at it from that angle, we living in such trying times. Niggas got they got on them going to work. Niggas got they got on. Normally you going to hang out or you on a block, I know such even when I used to carry certain places, I'm like, nah, I ain't taking my gun to work with me. But dude, you on the damn morning rush hour, man, and you gotta have your gat on you. It's crazy, man. But on the flip side, a lot of times we carrying the gat in case we run into our ops. But that's an excellent point too, like a bar Ash making is a sign of the time, like damn, you gotta have your ratchet on you going to work. And that's another angle to look at it. Khan.
And Salakia, the woman that shot or got shot downtown a few weeks ago, she was on her way to find a job. She was job hunting. Do you know what I'm saying? She's job hunting. She sees this couple, it's a homeless couple, right? Unhoused couple. And he was yelling, I think he was yelling at his rib or, the woman he was with. I don't know if he put hands on her or whatever, but she intervened in a domestic situation, and he pulls out a screwdriver. She has a gun. He ends up taking the gun from her and shooting her with her own gun, killing her. Down broad daylight. It's on film. You could go on the internet, look at it. Situation's there. But like Abarash was saying, carrying a gun because you don't know what's going to happen, this, that, and the third. She's on her way to get a job. Do you know what I'm saying? One thing, it kind of blew my mind. I'm like, can you even do that? Like, can you go to a job with a resume? Like, you know, I was back in the day, like, here's my resume, you know, I work hard and this, that, and the third. Most jobs is that I'm aware of, you know what I mean? It's going Indeed or, you know, Monster or whatever, LinkedIn, and find a job from there. But she walking around with a resume and a gun, and the gun stolen. She wasn't supposed to have the gun. And the bull took the gun from her, shot her, and this is broad daylight, downtown Philadelphia. This is normal. You know what I'm saying? It's a normal occurrence. You know what I'm saying? And doesn't matter how many cameras, how many people are watching on site, you know. So, you know, I say that to say we gotta really, you know, read the room. You know what I mean? It's the
Salakia.
end days, end times. Con.
Salakia, I gotta get one scripture. Go to 2 Timothy. This is crazy, man. Oh man, it's funny, but it's not funny. You gonna look for a job packing. Yo, there's some crazy times we living in, man. Crazy times. 2 Timothy 3:1.
Con.
God. It's the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come.
Right, perilous times shall come. We live in Salakia, we're living in dangerous times. Right? We living in dangerous times. Right? Read on.
For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truth breakers,
Right,
false.
without natural affection. You know, back in the days, you get dressed up, you put on a nice outfit, you going on a job interview or you going job hunting, you get all dressed up. You know, if you're a brother, you get a fresh cut, whatever. Sister, get her hair done, have a nice pocketbook, shoes on. Nobody was packing a damn ratchet, man. That was the last thing on your mind. Cause you like, man, I don't want these people to think I'm a criminal. What if the gun falls or something? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy times we're living in, but we're living in perilous times, like the scriptures say, dangerous times. On the flip side, like the angle Gabar Ash was bringing out, is like, damn, it's so dangerous out here. I need my gun on me at all times. So we living in some crazy times. But the beautiful thing about it is scripture being fulfilled. It's scripture being fulfilled. We living in that time. It said clear. In the last days, perilous times shall come, dangerous times shall come. People feel like they got to carry a gun. Now, I don't know, maybe she might have been a little bit more bolder to intervene because she had the gun on her. You know, she might have been like, oh, this nigga beating on a woman. I'm going to shoot this nigga. You know, she might have been, but mind your business, really, or either call 911 and take your ass on to your job interview. But she might have been more empowered to, I think they was, what's that dude, that rapper name that was on Love and Hip Hop? Peter Guns. They was interviewing Peter Guns one time, and he was like, "Yeah," he said, "I remember the times I was more bolder when I know I had my thing on me. You know what I'm saying? I wanted a nigga to look at me or bump me, or he was like, I was more." He said, "But I had to think about it. Nah, I'm trying to avoid a confrontation. I only got it on me to protect myself." But you know, people are more in bull. You going on a damn job hunt, mind your business, call 911. There's a man and a girl fighting, and go on to your damn job interview. But she might have been more emboldened because she got the gun on her. You know, I'm gonna be a hero. I'm gonna stop this. I can imagine in her mind, I'm gonna stop this nigga from hitting on a woman. And what happened? She got clapped down. Jake took the gun and killed her. So we living in some perilous and dangerous times. That's it, Kwame.
Con. And it was a stolen gun.
Fine.
If she would have, when she's like, oh yeah, I saved this woman, they're like, oh, you're still going to jail? You have a stolen gun on you. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to a job interview, or I'm looking for a job. Going downtown looking for a job with a stolen gun.
Shalom, everybody. Yahweh Bashem Yashabakathum is Levi on the scene.
Wow.
I want to say something, man. It was all right, Khan. To piggyback on what Elder Zabak was saying, it was a time I grew up in the 80s and 90s. It was a time that, women and children was off limits. I remember them times, like, even if brothers was gonna flip on you, they see you with your moms, they're like, yo, man, you give them a pass. You know what I'm saying? We get them later. It was a time like that. We had some type of respect. You know what I'm saying? And now I see that's been going on a lot. Cause I got family on the street. Like, if the apps kill you and your peoples come to the funeral, they got your peoples was richer, they didn't get them. Now they're gonna get your peoples at the funeral. That a lot of that is going on in Florida, all over the country. Like, you can't even, you won't even, the Jakes won't even let you rest in peace. Akim, they won't even let you rest in peace. Like, they will come at your funeral and finish up whoever was rolling with you. And that's crazy. This is where we at. You understand? So that's Deuteronomy 28, 54. The eyes of of a brother that shall be evil towards his brother. That's crazy. This is where we at. Like the elders back was saying, is the prophecy taking place.
Excellent point. Yeah. Funerals get shot up here, you know what I mean? And funeral processions, they shot up a funeral procession up the street, it's madness, it's madness. And my uncle told me that. He said, one of my friends got killed and we was on the way to the funeral. We feeling, head down, all upset. He said, "You got your gun on you?" I'm like, "Nah." He said, "What the?" They start cussing me out. I'm like, "Dang, man, like, you know what I'm saying?" He's like, "You don't know, you know what I'm saying? Shoot up funerals, man. Da, da, da. You better have your gun on you at all times." And that's just how, it's how we raised, you know. But yeah, so brother, one brother's in the dirt, another brother is going to school for his entire life. I mean, going to school, going to prison for his entire life. Had to go to school to get the job at the hospital. You know what I mean? But that past catches up on you. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta pray to Yahweh Shem Shai that, the things you've done, you gotta repent for, you know? Um, so let's continue on. Let's continue on. Trump saved God. Did you know that? You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Shot in the back. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy, man. Crazy, crazy time we living in, you know? Philly's always been like this, man. It's always been violent. So we don't have the luxury, I guess you could say, of beefing on wax or something. 'Cause you're going to run into them. You're going to run into the person you got a problem with. We got one train, you know what I mean? One L, one sub. You're going to run into them. You had 15th and Market. Everybody's there going to a different place. That's why all the violence can happen there. You see somebody like, oh, there he is right there. I was locked up with him 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You know, people just came home. That's another place where people sell cigarettes, drugs, whatever. And you get locked up. You come home thinking, oh, I'm gonna go back to where everybody's at, and I'm gonna sell my cigarettes, which is lucrative. $1 a cigarette or whatever like that, or sell your drugs, weed, pills, whatever. And somebody else is there selling. So what are you gonna do? You gonna let him sell next to you, or he's gonna shoot him and take over the block? This is what it is. So our great leader, Kim Jong-un, Donald Trump saved God. Let's get Revelation chapter 13, verse 6. And you can't make this stuff up. As you know, I'm being facetious. So I don't even like saying something like that, but this is what Eric Trump said with a straight face, that Trump saved God. We're in the last days. All right, let's bring that out. Revelation 13, verse 6, King.
Con, this is Revelation chapter 13 and verse 6. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven.
Go ahead.
And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations.
Con,
But no.
Slakia, put your phone on mute. All right. Slakia, you read that again, verse 7?
No problem, King. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations.
Con. So let's see this wicked, blaspheming devil. We're gonna get to also what I think is a psyop of, the cartel's gonna give somebody $50,000 to take out somebody from ICE, and all of a sudden Jake is on camera saying, "Oh, one has a face mask on, everybody else don't got no face mask on," saying $50,000. We riding. I don't know about that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they really trying to come down on Jake. Jake been chilling with the protests. Jake ain't been out doing crazy stuff, shooting at ICE or doing nothing like that. So they manufacture crisis, and they take advantage of crisis. So we're gonna talk about that. But for right now, Slock it. That's not it. Let me see something. All right, here it is.
All right, so Eric Trump made some comments yesterday that raised a few eyebrows, particularly among Christians. Watch this.
We're saving Christianity. We're saving God. We're saving the family unit. We're saving this nation.
This is the Dollar Daily. I'm guest host Garrison Hayes. More about me a little bit later on, but for now, let's dig in. Okay, so it's very clear to me that Eric Trump is living in a fantasy world where everyone's lives are better now, somehow, despite the cost of living and the cost of groceries and the cost of goods and the cost of services, despite all of those things going up. Life is better because of his father's self-interested, impulse-driven economic policy plan, or lack thereof. I think that's weird enough. But what I really want you to listen to is the way he talks about Christianity.
And look how much better humanity and our world is. We're saving Christianity. We're saving God. We're saving the family unit. We're saving this nation. I mean, DEI is out the window, Benny. You no longer have Colin Kaepernick kneeling for the national anthem. You no longer.
We live rent free in these people's heads, and he says DEI is out the window. We're the face of DEI, but in reality, DEI is white women, and who's white women marry? White men, and also also part of DEI veterans. We're like the last in line. Moab and all that. We're like the last in line when it comes to DEI. But in their mind, yeah, we got DEI out of here. Colin Kaepernick is no longer kneeling. And like the brother's going to bring out, like Colin Kaepernick ain't played football in almost a decade. We got to see the writing on the wall, man. Unity is crucial. Not hating each other is crucial. Come together, O nation, not desired. Right? Let's go.
Have a Budweiser going woke as hell, right? All of this is dead. And yet, what do we have? We have a return to people going to church. We have a return to people, valuing their children and valuing society and believing in the white picket fence and what the American dream represents and what the American dream stands for, and American exceptionalism and peace around the world, and that people can coexist with one another without having to pick up arms and destroy each other for no reason whatsoever, other than incompetent and egotistical governments. It's a beautiful time, and he will go to heaven for all of that.
This is weird. My take is that there is something so small about these people's worlds. I think when you think about the billionaire class and really, really wealthy people, you think that they have homes everywhere and they have access to all this stuff, planes and boats and parties and everything. They can go anywhere and do anything. So they must have the biggest worlds imaginable. But when you listen to them, when you actually listen to what they're saying, it is evident that their worlds are so, so small. I'm going to come back I'm going to come back to the Christian thing because I want to talk about that particularly. But I think it's important to address at least one or two of these other points first.
You no longer have Colin Kaepernick kneeling for the national, for the national anthem.
When he mentions Colin Kaepernick, my eyebrows kind of raise because what are you talking about? Like when Colin Kaepernick was kneeling during the national anthem before games and maybe even during games at times, my life, if I'm honest with you, was not made better or worse. I thought it was an important gesture. I thought it brought awareness to an important issue. I thought he was doing his part. I was proud of him and thankful for his sacrifice, but I still had things to do, obligations to meet, bills to pay, a life to lead. More importantly, Colin Kaepernick hasn't played professional football since January 1st, 2017. Nearly a decade has passed since he's been on an NFL field, and you're still talking about him. How small is your world? Perhaps more importantly, this just dawned on me. How small do you think our worlds are? How small do you think our worlds are? That this is still relevant, that this is still something that people are thinking about. Perhaps I'm giving too much credit to people. Perhaps some people's worlds really are that small, where now 8 years later, almost a decade later, people are still thinking about, ruminating on how mad they were when Colin Kaepernick was able to play professional football in the NFL back in 2017. That's crazy to me, but not nearly as crazy as the idea that Donald Trump, that his political allies are saving Christianity. The reality is that Christianity existed before Donald Trump, and it will exist after Donald Trump. I don't know if you are a believer, but if you are a person who subscribes to the theology of the Bible and you do believe in a Christian God, then you believe that God existed in eternity past and will exist in eternity future, which means that there is nothing you can do or that I could ever do to save God. This is a heretical idea. The notion that a God needs saving would necessarily mean that this being is not God.
So let's get Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 6. This is the people that are running the show, that have their finger on the nuclear button, that tell the National Guard to go into this city or that city and just cause havoc. Zip tie a bunch of people and then let them go, just to let you know who's in charge. Put it on camera. Have photographers following them around. Like real, like professional photographers following them around so they could put it up online and show, like, look what we're doing. They ran up in it was the Koreans that were running, I think, a Hyundai plant down there in Georgia. They were engineers. They have visas, work visas, to come over to the United States and tell the people working in the United States how to make these chips that are being put in these cars. And they sent like 400 ICE agents with a professional photography team to film them getting arrested and zip tied and shackled. And then the South Korean president is like, yo, we don't need to come over there. Like, this is a $10 billion deal that Esau, nixed because they want to show everybody how tough they are. They feel this is God's work. You know what I mean? Let's bring that out. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 6.
Khan, it's the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 6 in the Apocrypha, and it reads, "For wisdom is a loving spirit, and will not acquit a blasphemer of his words. For God is witness of his rings, and the true beholder of his heart, and a hearer of his tongue."
So, they put it out there. Most High God is going to avenge. How dare you say that? You saved God. Imagine that. Esau talking about he saved God. Like, that's Looney Tunes.
If your faith, if your Christianity needs to be saved, it is necessarily weaker than the forces present in the world. And that's just not what Christians believe theologically. Christians believe that they serve an all powerful God and that their faith is more powerful than the things that are happening in this world. But I get the sense, and I've said this before, these people ain't never read the book anyway. I think the funniest thing about this clip is the fact that it was all in service of essentially building out Trump's qualifications for going to heaven, which came up the other day while Trump was talking to reporters on Air Force One. Watch this clip.
Go ahead.
You had talked a couple weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
You know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And you know, as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone.
I don't know if there's anything that Trump has ever done or will ever do that isn't self-serving. Like, even when his sons are on podcasts, they are there to make the case before, I don't know, is it before God? Or is the idea here that Eric Trump is like praying almost, like he's making the case to God, like, hey, God, Trump saves you, by the way, just so you know. I don't know. This is crazy. I'm calling it there. I've told you what I think, but I want you to tell me what you think down in the comments. Again, my name is Garrison Hayes.
Let's get John 16.
St. John 16 from the top, King?
Let me see. Khan, yeah, you start from the top.
Khan. It's the book of St. John, chapter 16, and verse 1. These things have I spoken unto you, that ye should not be offended.
Khan, go ahead.
They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God's service.
Khan, they think they doing the will of God. You know, this white Jesus with his beautiful blonde hair and his you know what I mean? You got the one MAGA, we talked about this Wednesday, the one MAGA pastor that's like, you know, Deuteronomy 21. If you got a child that's not listening, the elders stone them. You know what I mean? You got to kill these blacks. This is what the MAGA pastor was saying on his podcast. He's perfectly fine talking about that. You know what I mean? Go ahead, read verse 3.
Verse 3. And these things would they do unto you, because they have not known the Father nor me.
Con, they don't know God. They don't even read the Bible. He said, what's your favorite chapter in the Bible? They asked Trump. He said, 1 Corinthian, chapter, what is it? 1 Corinthian. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He had the Bible. He's turning it upside down with the cross. They're Satan worshipers, you know? That's why he's being honest. That was one point of being honest. Like, look, I'm not going to heaven. I'm in Air Force One. It's closest thing I'm going to get to heaven, you know? But people will think that they're doing God's will if they destroy you. You know what I'm saying? Let me get Amos 5 and 10. You know, we're gonna go back. We're gonna talk about the what happened with the brother that was doing God's work, waking up the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? And what happened? Brother pulled out a gun on him. We in some crazy times, man. You know, took that gun and beat him with it, but nevertheless, took the gun, cocked it back, and was like, "What's up? What you gonna do?" You know what I mean? Bring that out, King. Amos 5 and 10, Book Shaw.
Con, it's the book of Amos, chapter 5 and verse 10. They hate him that rebuketh in the gate, and they abhor him that speaketh uprightly.
Con, they hate him that rebuketh in the gate. Brother's doing his job. And he pulled out the pistol on him. All right. Let's continue on. Slack here. Let me wind this. bad.
A racist Toronto man threatens a black pedestrian with a gun. Here it is.
Joe 9124 what? You know who the talking to? That's my turtle trend. Okay? I'm native. Okay. And you're gonna talk to me and you're gonna tell me to step. Who the you? Okay, so let me read you something. Who the Let me read something to you. Yeah, go ahead. Let me read something to you. You're gonna preach. Let me read to you. Talk to me. Let me read to you. Who the are you? First of all, you gotta calm down. I gotta calm down, but you're gonna call me a monster. Yeah, you're here protesting. I am. Clan. Yeah. But you're here protesting my clan. If you were here, talk to me if you about disrespect. If you were shut your mouth. If you were here, shut the fuck up.
There are a lot of nuances to this story. So I want to caution you before you conclude holistically here, all right? Now, when he said Klan, they're in Toronto. Keep that in mind. We're not talking about the one in South Georgia. Okay. All right. This video has gone viral. The man was recording himself. The black male was recording himself preaching or reading Bible text at least, but it was to protest something in Canada. And the protest was Thanksgiving and in honor of Indigenous tribe. So you have a background, okay, got a context. Now, the second video, this is when the altercation turns violent. This part is where everything could have spiraled out of control. Here it is.
But we're brothers. If you are a Gadite, we are actually brothers, and this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I come to you and I ask you. You're not listening. Shut up. No, I don't have to. I'm trying to teach you. You don't need to shut up? Yo, bro. Bro.
Okay, now, you have an unarmed black male. He is simply providing his context, a progressive context of his belief system. You have another guy. He has a stated belief system as well. It may be antithetical to the individual in front of him. He decides to do a few things. Number one, pull out a gun. For what? Because you don't know how to win an argument? Number two, cocks back in order to intimidate. And then engages in a physical altercation with a man who could not be more nice, more appealing for what he's representing. I mean, if you're going to represent the Bible, do it that way. I mean, damn, that at least gets you some. Yeah, the guy was at least nice. And he stood his ground and he attempted to have a conversation with a person who had a gun on him, which is very rare. So, yeah, you heard correctly. The attacker who pulled out a gun did that. Eventually, the black man managed to actually get up unscathed from this. And as for the white male, his face was bloodied and immediately he started apologizing profusely. He got his ass whooped.
Jake got hands, man. You know what I'm saying? Gun or no gun. Jake could put them hands on you, put them mittens on you, and swell them eyes up. Let's get Matthew chapter 24, verse 6. But we in that time period. This is, the current events that we going over. Everything just happened. This is recent. This is all recent stuff. You know what I mean? All recent stuff. Brother got a gun pulled on him for reading the words of God. The guy said he was Gad. I'm pretty sure, we know what that's about. You go out and bring out the word. Esau swears, I got Indian in my family. Sure you do. You know what I mean? But the spirit just manifested where, Esau the murderer, pulls out a gun and cocks it on him. All right, let's bring that out. Bring that out, King.
Gone. It's the book of St. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 6. And he shall hear wars and rumors of wars. See that he be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
So you got Iran and Israel, the United States and Venezuela, the United States and China, Pakistan and India, Azerbaijan and Armenia, Pakistan and Afghanistan, the United States and Sudan, Russia and Ukraine, Russia and NATO. Just everybody's pretty much gearing up. Egypt and Israel. It's going down. Okay, reverse 7.
Khan. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes, and in divers places.
Saudi Arabia. I think they linked up with Qatar. Qatar got bombed by Israel. Nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom. Famines, we're gonna get to that, right? November comes, the government shut down. That's a wrap for SNAP right now, food stamps. The farmers offing themselves because their soybeans, it used to be at 80, I think $81 billion. I think it's billion. I might be mistaken. It might be million. I'm gonna look it up while we watch the rest of this. But they were getting, selling their soybeans and their products to China. The tariffs happened, there's 100% tariffs on China. So China just went to um, Argentina, right, to get their soybeans. And then Trump just gave Argentina $40 billion. They first said it was 20 billion, but then it's double. It's $40 billion to Argentina to get for their bailout. And China's buying their soybeans from them. So farmers are out, so if you ain't got no food, food just don't come out of nowhere. Money just don't grow on trees. But there you go, your famine, pestilence, monkeypox, COVID, whatever, earthquakes in diverse places. Russia 8.8, Antarctica had like a 7.8, Drake's Passage 7.6. These are huge earthquakes, and it all happened right around the same time. Go ahead, verse 8.
Verse 8. All of these are the beginnings of sorrows.
It's the beginning of sorrows. And let's not forget about the Philippines. Philippines had like a 7.7. All right, it's the beginning of sorrows. Give me verse 9.
Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake.
So you see what's going on right now. Let's continue.
By the guy with the Bible. We can sum it up that way. It would take another few minutes for the white male to finally leave the preacher alone. But before he did, the racist explained that his brother was robbed by a black man earlier. And that's why I came to you, he told the preacher. Can we put them back up again? Sir, I actually believe that insane story is possibly true, just given how ridiculous it was that you approached a man with a Bible by cocking your gun back. However, it sounds like if you love your brother, you need to go find a guy that did that and not run up to a random black preacher. And I'm not advocating violence. I'm just saying this guy should not have been the one you ran up against with a gun. So just because you believe, based on the story of your brother, that a black male potentially robbed your brother, your logic is to go and exact revenge on the sweetest, nicest human being in Toronto. And you got your ass kicked. Okay. All right. He said, and that's why I came to you. He told the preacher, quote, have a good day. The black man finally told him, quote, don't threaten people with guns, man. The video now has over 3.4 million views. All right, listen, that's a real man of God right there. All right, so whoever that guy is, he's unscathed. He ends up laying holy hands on the guy who has a gun, doesn't get shot, and continues to just tell people about the love of the Lord. All right, Ron. Thoughts here, man.
Well, there is an epithet that says never argue with a fool because onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. And that was clearly the case in this situation. But you had a black male who was attempting to speak and another one who was ready to fight. And here's the thing, because people get it confused with me all the time. I'm a pacifist, meaning a person, a man of peace, but I'm not a pacifist. I will smack you in the face. So please be ready for these hands. And our dear friend caught these hands. Now, he stated that he was native. He came off looking white. Either way, he was angry and he was ready. And I would like to say on the case of religion, when it comes to religion, I have a lot of respect for religion. Religion is meant to be good and grand, as we saw in this video. It's the zealots and the extremists that I always have problems with. Religion is like a hammer. It's up to you what you want to do with it. You can pick up a hammer, build a house, or you can use it to bash someone's head in. This guy maybe should have got his head bashed in, but still we see the preacher, the pastor building a house. That is a beautiful thing. And out of anger, I would like to say, just because you want to lash out, and we saw this, he said, hey, my brother was robbed. That's a real thing. You just want to lash out. You want to hit and hurt anyone that looks like the person that hurt someone that hurt you. This is why we all need a little bit of love, compassion, and understanding. And that young man needed a lot of Jesus.
Yeah.
It's Esau, man. Esau ain't worried about no Jesus, no nothing. He's a killer. He's a murderer. That's what he does. So in the time period we living in, man, we got to be aware, circumspect, and prayed up. Following these laws, statutes, commandments to the best of our ability, so we can have angels encamped around us. That could have went totally the opposite direction. You know what I'm saying? All right, moving on. Okay, so as we see, guns getting pulled on us. Israelites, you got Trump's family administration saying they're bringing back God. They saved God. And then you got these young Republicans. They call them young Republicans. These dudes 30, 40 years old. J.D. Vance said that, man, these are kids. These dudes 30, 40-year-old men that are on a group chat calling so-called black people monkeys, I don't know, watermelon lovers. This is weird stuff. You know what I mean? They're little stereotypes, but who don't love watermelon? Like, you got to be something wrong with you or have, allergic to it or something not to love watermelon. It's delicious. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at these Edomites that are talking heavy, like, you can't tell if it's a guy or a girl. You know what I'm saying? I thought they didn't like trans people, man. You can't tell them apart. But they was talking about scrape. You know what I'm saying? If you read between the lines, they love Hitler. Yeah, let's just watch it. Okay, let's go to Proverbs 8 and 13 first. Okay, because the Most High ain't with this. Most High ain't riding with these sinners, with these perverse demons. With their froward mouth, Salakia. Nah, they on the other side. Okay, let's bring that out. Proverbs 8 and 13, King.
Khan, it's the book of Proverbs, chapter 8 and verse 13. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride, and arrogancy, and the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate.
God hates these people. He hates Esau, and Esau is the most perverse Khan. Esau is one of the most perverse frauds in history. And that's what froward means, perverse fraud. You know what I mean? Yeah, and the Most High reveal it. Most High reveal, oh no, we love everybody, we're inclusive. They don't really say that because they're in power now, but they try to say other people, they're the ones that are terrible. They're the ones that's bad. You know what I mean? Without taking responsibility or ownership of it. Yeah, you hate us, we hate you. That's fine. Let's just go with that. Like, no, they're the violent ones. You know what I mean? Talking about the leftists or whatever, and I know we don't subscribe to either one. But when they say leftists, and they're usually talking about us, you know what I mean? It's a way to group us in because so-called black people vote Democrat almost 99% of the time. But they're the ones shooting down Charlie Kirk. They're the ones shooting up a Mormon church. They're the ones that are shooting up kindergartens, a kindergarten Catholic school. Do you know what I'm saying? That's Esau. All right, let's get Job 34 and 20 on deck. But let's check out this group chat of Edomites when they think nobody's listening. You know what I mean? I'm about to skip this.
All right, so Eric Trump made some comments.
Here we go.
You're getting a window into how a new generation of Republican activists talk when they think no one's listening, and it's really ugly. Politico obtained more than 7 months of Telegram chat messages between about a dozen young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. Now, MSNBC has not independently reviewed those messages, but what Politico published today shows the conservatives openly praising Adolf Hitler, making celebratory jokes about gas chambers and slavery and rape. For example, when the chair of Arizona Young Republicans asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, New York State Republican Chair Peter Junta responded, "I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkeys play ball." We should note that when Politico asked for comment, the Arizona Young Republican chair declined. Junta claimed the release of the chat is part of, quote, highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by an opponent, I think a kind of internecine opponent, a fellow conservative. Out of 28,000 messages obtained, Politico identified 251 bigoted epithets in the chat. There were many more outrageous examples of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, homophobia than we could or would want to repeat here. Here's the thing. These are not like, we're not talking about kids here. The age limit to the group was 40. Many chat members work inside government or party politics. One's a state senator. Another works in Trump's small business administration. Politico reports that since they began making inquiries, at least 4 members of the chat have lost their jobs or had job offers rescinded. Now, this kind of virulent hatred on display here has become quite familiar in Trump's very online Republican Party. I mean, all you have to do is find it. To find it is open a website called x.com, right? And you can see it everywhere. That one's run by Donald Trump's biggest political donor. Or you can see Trump administration officials and official U.S. government accounts on social media exulting in sadistic edgelord cruelty and celebrating hatred and prejudice. But now it's also becoming clear that people who are running the Republican Party, the ground level, are just immersed in this cesspit of bigotry. And also, it's not just, abstract. They're acting on it. I mean, this is happening at the staff level during the Republican administration that has been waging a full-scale war on civil rights law from the first day in office. Jelani Cobb is a staff writer at The New Yorker, dean of the Columbia University School of Journalism, author of a new book out today, 3 or More is a Riot, Notes on How We Got Here, a collection of excellent essays. And he joins me now. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
I mean, at some level, this is not surprising.
No.
Particularly because you can kind of see, I mean, it all sounds like stuff you see out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
But it does seem important to me that, like, to connect, New York Times did this great piece the other day where they were talking about the highest levels of government and all of the officials of color, particularly Black officials who have been fired.
That's right.
Lost their jobs. Yeah. Like, it's not really an abstraction.
Right.
This kind of bigotry and animus and what this government is currently doing. There, you see it right
there. Yeah. And also I would add to that, other things that are like patently obvious. We have had this incredible repressive attack on immigrants, even people who are in the country legally. These are overwhelmingly people of color who we see being thrown to the ground and yanked out of cars and all these. And at the same time, there's this curious benevolence toward white South Africans who are invited into the country. What gives?
Special status.
Yeah, special status. Like, how does that work? I'm old enough to remember the alleged S-hole countries. I'm old enough to remember when Hillary Clinton was pilloried for saying that Donald Trump had aligned himself with a set of people who would be considered deplorable. But we see this kind of language, this kind of grab bag of bigotries, the kind of dueling homophobia, misogyny, anti-Semitism, racism, like all of the kinds of worst traits. And it's been emboldened, has been facilitated by the movement, the Trumpist movement.
One of the things that struck me reading this piece is, people, there's all sorts of private chats people have. And people, sure. I want to be clear that, like, people say things in private that are different than what they say in public.
Sure.
And all signs of people have private communications that would be embarrassing to be made public. But these people are, A, coordinating this in the context of a shared political project.
Right.
It's not they're not like talking smack to each other about fantasy football.
Mm-hmm.
There are people with power and influence. And it really does strike me that like this idea, it has become an affirmative good. J.D. Vance was just posting like refusing to condemn them. The culture of the right now really does embrace this. It's whatever the opposite of political correctness is in their minds is affirmative cruelty and racism exalted.
Yeah, you remember when we saw the young woman who referred to the black child baby by the N-word, and then there was this massive wave of money generated for her online in response to being castigated for that. And so this is not uncommon. It's not surprising. The thing that I will say about that is this, though. We have a right to privacy. We have a right to express, ourselves among our friends and our peers in a way that we wouldn't in a professional environment, certainly, sure. But this is into the locker room talk territory.
Yeah, totally.
Where there are things that, are so outrageous that they should be concerning to you.
Like if I wanted to see monkeys play with the ball
exactly,
at the zoo.
Irrespective of the context in which it is uttered. And so, and moreover, these are people who hold political power or attached to a political apparatus that impacts the lives of people, of Americans of various kinds of backgrounds.
I also feel like, I guess I've gotten in my middle age stodgy about this or something, but like, I think shame and taboo are really important. I think virtue signaling as opposed to vice signaling is important. And I actually think it's really important for people to be told by other people, hey, that's disgusting what you said. Hey, that's offensive what you said. What you have here on the right these days is a culture that is the opposite.
Right.
That revels in it, right? That like this sort of rebellion against censoriousness or DEI or you can't say anything anymore very quickly turns into we love Hitler.
Right.
As maybe originally a kind of ironic take, but then not so ironic the more you say it.
But I wonder if it ever was that.
Right, yeah, fair point. Yes,
because it's like
being charitable.
Right. But even when you say this, okay, it's censorship, you don't want to prevent people from being able to express themselves, sure. But what people are actually asking for is impunity.
That's right.
As in, you can say these things and there is no social consequence for them.
And that social consequence, in some ways, is like what civilization is made of.
Right. Right.
Honestly.
And so in my middle-agedness, Chris, I will see your, demand for kind of maybe common decency and say that I believe that we should bring respect back.
Yeah.
Just a basic level of respect.
Jelani Cobb, a man I deeply respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's get because all praise to the Most High. They were able to see this. Do you know what I mean? It's like, they were able to see this. Because we know Esau's devil that the Bible speaks of, but a lot of people don't. You know what I mean? A lot of people are like, well, they're not all bad, right? But as you can see, when from Hulk Hogan to what's her name, Paula Dean, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Mel Gibson, you know what I'm saying? You get them on, somebody record the messages, we live rent-free in their head. It's nigga this and nigga that. You know what I'm saying? Mel Gibson, I hope you get scraped by a pack of wild niggas. Like, wait a minute, ain't you the Passion of Christ guy? What are you talking about? So these things have to happen so our people can see who's the son of perdition, who's the original can't get right. Who's the base man that the scriptures are talking about? You know what I mean? It's going to get destroyed utterly. It's Esau, okay? And let's get that. Let's get Job 34 and 20.
This is the book of Job, chapter 34 and verse 20. In a moment shall they die.
Slakia. In a moment shall they die. So the Most High will show us, you know what I mean, the reasoning behind why these people ain't going to wake up one day. The reasoning behind whether, Charlie Kirk is going to be talking about gang violence and, the way the gangs are. And then he's going to get shot through his neck because he's talking out the side of his neck about God's chosen people. You know what I mean? Constantly. This is where he made his bones. Now Charlie is what? He's an idol. They putting him on currency. They said we're gonna have a Charlie Kirk Day. He was given the freedom, the Medal of Freedom or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Medal of Honor. Like this guy had honor. What was he doing? He was going to colleges, talking to 18 and 19-year-old Jakes, telling them how, or Edomites, telling them how bad. Oh, you guys don't have families. You don't have fathers, and this, that, and the third. But when you go into the records, you know what I mean. We go into people that actually, uh, um, follow behind what is said, and that's legit. You know what they call like statistics and stuff. That black fathers, so-called black fathers, are more involved in their children's life than any other group of people. But he's always, oh, the black fathers, and this, that, and the third. And then won't ever talk about how through crafty counsel, Esau came in and said, look, we'll give you this money, this welfare, these food stamps, this housing. You can't have a man in the house. Go into the closet, looking, where's the shoes at? Whose shoes are these? These a man, you got a man here. So he said what he said, and the Most High took him out of here immediately. Slocky, can you read that again, verse 20?
Joel chapter 34 and verse 20. In a moment shall they die, and the people shall be troubled at midnight and pass away, and the mighty shall be taken away without hand.
Go ahead.
For his eyes are upon the ways of man, and he sitteth all his goings.
So he's paying attention. The Most High, like I see that group chat. Let's get that. Let's put that on political so everybody in the world can see how racist and diabolical and unhinged you are. I'm not gonna watch basketball because the monkeys. I'll go to a monkeys in the zoo. You can't do anything that those brothers on the court can do. If you could, you would. You know what I'm saying? So it's just really jealousy. You know what I mean? They got envy of Jake. You know what I'm saying? The women love us. You know what I mean? Don't love them. You know what I'm saying? Esau's just a real insecure little boy. All right, go ahead, verse 22.
Reading on. There is no darkness, nor shadow of death, where the workers of iniquity may hide themselves.
You can't hide. Go ahead.
For he will not lay upon man more than right, that he should enter into the judgment of God Yahweh.
Read on.
He shall break in pieces many men without number, and sit others in their stead.
Continue.
Therefore, he knoweth their works, and he overturneth them in the night, so that they are destroyed.
They're not gonna make it, man. Esau goes to sleep, he ain't gonna wake up. It's just as simple as that. That wicked man is gonna get destroyed. All right. Somebody says Lakia.
Shalom, everybody. Shalom. How about you? I'm Shabbat. Shalom. I wanted to say something a minute ago, but the mute wasn't acting right. But when you was talking about the story about the brother, that brother that the fake Gadite pulled the gun out on, right? That was a brother from GMS, right? What's crazy when I was just listening to the thing, that guy that was doing the story on that, he's always doing stories on police brutality and stuff that's happening to black people, right? But I noticed the whole time he spoke about that, he never not one time said that brother was an Israelite. He kept calling him a pastor, a preacher, a reverend, you know what I'm saying? Everything except for what he is, which is a Hebrew Israelite. And you notice that video was up to like 3-point-something million views right now, right? And they're commending him on the way that he carried himself during that altercation, but they want to commend him without letting everybody know that he's an Israelite. And that says a lot.
I definitely did peep that, King. I'm glad you brought that out because they don't want the truth to go out. Go ahead.
And they don't want they only want to have the image of us that we are, you know what I'm saying, that we we violent and we disrespectful and rude, you know what I'm saying, and we're always the aggressors. So it's in their best interest, you know what I'm saying, because even though that brother's a brother, you know what I'm saying, he's still, you know what I'm saying, working for the next man, you know what I'm saying, the white man. So, you know what I'm saying, they're not going to tell the truth about who that brother was, right? But I got a scripture for that situation and for the situation with the sister who got killed with her own gun, you know what I'm saying, by interfering in the situation, right? And that would be the book of Proverbs, chapter 26 and verse 17. If somebody could bring that out, Barbara Shaw.
Con, I got you, King. It's Proverbs chapter 26 and verse 17. He that passeth by and meddleth with strife, belonging not to him, is like one that taketh a dog by the ears.
So, you know, sometimes, you know, we be getting involved in situations. We want to do the best to help people or get involved in strife, to help people, or just getting involved in shit that, excuse me, my friends, things that don't have anything to do with you. You know what I'm saying? It can cause you a great amount of problems. And sometimes when you see something happen to somebody, you know what I'm saying, you looking at it from the perception of what you're seeing on a carnal level. You don't know the person that's getting dealt with, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, that might be the most high's dealing in that situation. So sometimes you got to stay out of it. With that, I yield. I just wanted to add that to the discussion.
The water, excellent precept, King. Excellent point. Because that whole time, like a 10-minute video, you really didn't know that this was an Israelite bringing out the scriptures. And like, yeah, you see how, and that pastor, he really, you know, he's really gentle with them and this, that, and the third. Yeah, if it don't meet the narrative, undisputed, don't meet their narrative, God loves everybody. Jesus, he loves everybody. You know what I mean? And these angry Israelites, you know what I'm saying? Bull's real professional. You know, try to let me read you the scripture. I'm up. Let me. He got the gun out. He's like, still, let me read you the scripture. He was trusting in Yahweh Shem Yahushua. He said, "What up? You a Gadite, right? You shouldn't mind me reading the scripture." And then he's like, "It's my people, man. You're talking about my people." You know, excellent point, King. So either way, though, even though he didn't say it in Indisputed, for anybody to do the research and come to find out, that's the Israelites. What was he saying? You know what I mean? That's a viral video. You know what I mean? So it goes well with Most High willing waking up some of the lost sheep in these last days. 3.4 million in a couple of days that's viral. All right. All praises. But yeah, he purposely didn't say anything about the Israelites. That was pretty much, you know, that's our people, unfortunately. Okay, so let's talk about the coming famine. All right. You know, one thing, you know, what does the Snickers commercial say? You aren't yourself when you're hungry. You know what I mean? And for people that don't fast, people that you know, are used to, you know, pretty much like gluttony. You know what I mean? You know, I get some a burger in the morning, a burger in the afternoon, and all this stuff. People just eat, and all of a sudden, where's my cheese? There's no more. And I've seen a bunch of Edomites crying when Trump came into office, like, yo, I got $1,400 in food stamps. Now they give me $60. You know, and that's happening to Esau. It's also happening to Jake. You know what I'm saying? And for people that had their children uh going hungry, it's gonna get dark. You know what I mean? And famine is projected in this land. Let's get Jeremiah 14 and 15. You know, and that's why it's important to do your due diligence and see what's going to happen next so you can make moves past it. Do you know what I mean? If Trump says, which he said also, let me get this. He said uh that gangs are going to be seen as domestic terrorists, right? Guess what Donald Trump said? When coming in office, I tried to share it. I tried to, you know, like, look, man, y'all gotta change. Y'all gotta change. Brothers still on that same type time. So here's what it says. Cartels issue bounties up to 50,000 for ICE hits, right? So this is allegedly Issachar saying $50,000 for ICE hits. I don't know anybody in the cartel, so I don't know how you're going to get your $50,000. They're normally people that are underground, and you know what I mean, you got to meet them at Sosa's mansion and all that other stuff, right? Unless you Scarface, you're able to get a meeting with them. So now this is a screenshot of what Jake said. Allegedly. This is all allegedly. This is PSYOP, man. Look, ICE, we're on the way. Word in the street, cartels put a $50,000 bounty on y'all. So this is a video where Jake's just standing there, you know what I mean, Stone Cold, Steve Austin with a, you know what I mean, one of them got the shiesty on. And this could be anything. This could be just a video that they made instead of somebody putting the ICE, we're on the way and all this other stuff. It could be, yo, we the best football team in Florida, wherever they at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all not running on us, this, then the third. This is our defensive line or whatever. And then somebody could just easily put ICE on their way. And it says in the caption before, African Americans are seeming to want to take out ICE agents. Seems like a psyop to me, So all these things are happening simultaneously. Possibly psyop and something happens to an ICE agent. Say something happened today during this No Kings rally. Something happens today. What's going to happen? Oh, it's the African Americans that did it, right? Now they're taking away food from people. Okay, let's bring that out, King. Jeremiah 14 and 15.
Come on, King. It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 14, verse 15. Therefore, thus saith the Lord Yahweh concerning the prophets that prophesied in my name, and I sent them not. Yet they say, sword and famine shall not be in this land. By sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed.
So people are saying, the Christian church, like, no, Jesus loves everybody, and there's not going to be any problems in America. Some so-called black pastors and everything. Trump's going to make America great again. Let's get Revelation 18 and 8. This is what's happening. We see the writing on the wall. So say the government comes back online Monday. All right. And then people are like, oh, that's nothing's going on. It's still an issue because of what's happening with the farmers. The farmers don't get no money. They ain't growing no crops. They can't sell their crops. We don't get no food. It's just as simple as that. He went into the strawberry patches where people were picking strawberries and blueberries and the fruit and everything like that, the stuff that Esau don't want to do, go in there with ICE agents and tear gas and got Issachar out of there. Hold up, ain't we supposed to eat? That's why things is more expensive. My rib went into the store to get some coconut milk. That thing was almost $9. $8 and like 70 cents. Who can afford that? For a half a gallon of coconut milk. You know what I mean? And that thing be gone like that in this crib. So we can see where this is going. It doesn't seem to be getting any better. Tariffs are getting worse. You're going to have your famine. Let's bring that out. Revelation 18 and 8, King.
Con, it's the book of Revelation, chapter 18 and verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her.
Does that mean in one day, in 24 hours? No, man, it's a period of time, figuratively speaking. You know what I mean? This is what's going to happen to Babylon. Okay. Let's go to Jeremiah 50 and 16.
It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 15 and verse 16.
50, Salakia.
50 and verse 16, right?
All
right. Jeremiah chapter 50 and verse 16. Cut off the sower from Babylon, and him that handleth the sickle in the time of harvest, for fear of the oppressing sword shall turn every one to his people, and they shall flee every one to his own land.
So if you have Issachar that's planting the seeds and reaping the harvest and working hard, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, they're really, if you are what they call legal, you know what I'm saying? Of course, Mexico, you know, Issachar was in the United States before, all this occurred or whatever like that. So now these illegal, right? Imagine that. But if he's what they quote unquote say is legal, Issachar is going to be like, I'm not trying to be in this. You know what I'm saying? Let me go back to Mexico. I'm not, having ICE agents jump out at me every time I show them my ID and tell them I was born here. I was born in Texas. I was born in Arizona. They say we don't believe you, handcuff you, put you in a processing center for 4 or 5 hours. Your wife's calling you, your children. You had to pick up your children from school. This is just too much. I'm going back to Mexico. So where's Esau gonna get his food? Esau's like a bonehead, man. He's dumb as a brick. It's a snake that eats his tail. He's eating himself, thinking he's full, but you eating yourself. You're destroying yourself. You know what I mean? So let's get to this coming famine that's on its way, and what they doing with the food stamps.
It is now day 16 of the government shutdown, and this morning the impacts are growing. Just 8 hours ago, Minnesota stopped processing food stamp applications. Michelle Beck is at the live desk tracking what this means for thousands of Minnesotans. Michelle.
Yeah, Jason, good morning to you. We'll go to the website for the State Department of Children, Youth, and Families right now, and they will spell out the problem. Right here, they write November SNAP benefits are at risk and may be unavailable if the shutdown continues. The website says that's because there may not be enough federal funds to pay for those benefits. State officials note in an average month, 440,000 Minnesotans receive food stamps, many of them children. So their advice is if you were getting benefits before today, keep using them as usual for now. Counties and tribal nations just can't approve applications for new benefits. And now I want to show you the Hunger Solutions map. The department points this out as a resource to connect anyone in need with more than 300 food shelves and meal programs around the state. But the concern this morning, Jason, is that these resources will feel the strain stemming from the shutdown. So in a case like this, donations would be critical. Back to you.
Yes.
All right. So you can see the writing on the wall. You know what I mean? Like, he moved my cheese. This is a reality. You know what I mean? We gotta make moves towards, being able to feed ourselves and really trusting in Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Think about Daniel in the lion's den when Yahweh brought Habakkuk over to him in the lion's den with food. You know what I'm saying? God can do things to that nature. We gotta be, think about how spiritually in tune and aligned with Yahweh Shem Yahushai Daniel was. We, aim to be on some Daniel type time. You know what I mean? Con. That's how they is. All right, let's go to Second Ezra chapter 15, verse 19. Because now we have what you call a purge. We have purge, home invasions. So we're gonna talk about this one in Virginia that occurred. It looked like the purge. You know what I'm saying? So being ready, being prepared, seeing the writing on the wall. And what the scriptures say, you know what I mean? He's gonna make a man more precious than fine gold, you know? I don't like that nigga. That nigga he always leave his socks on the ground. You know what I mean? He be snapping over like little things of that nature, but that man's gonna be invaluable in the time period. People gonna be trying to bust down your door to get the food. Oh, you just went shopping. Where's the food at? Where's the food at? They don't want nothing. I want some food. I'm hungry. You know what I mean? People gonna be fighting over a puddle outside the house. You be fighting the neighborhood cats over a puddle. It's how bad it's gonna get here. All right. So, running off a man because he's not, your prototypical what I want, Kevin Samuels be like, wait, what? You want to what? He has to be 7'5", make $450 million a year. You know, he has to run a 4.2 40, like these really unexplainable measurements. You know what I mean? You're gonna see a man's gonna be more precious to find gold in these last days. Trust and believe. Let's bring that out, King.
Khan, this is the book of Second Ezra, chapter 15, verse 19 in the Apocrypha. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
Great tribulation. These issues, these problems, these disastrous effects. You know what I'm saying? People like, yo, I ain't got no bread. I'm coming into my neighbor's crib, right? Let's go to Isaiah 3 and 5. You know, let's continue on with that. You know, these are the last days type time. And when you see this video, it's pure nightmare fuel. You know? Let's bring that out, King. You can Isaiah 3 and 5.
Khan, King. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 5. And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable.
And in this scripture, the base against the honorable, they seem like Edomites. When you hear them talk, it sounds like Esau talking. And Esau's probably he's the only one that's sick and twisted to do things like this. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Our people are off they rocker as well. But when you see this, you be like, man, yeah, that's Esau. All right, let's go to Ecclesiastes 3 verse 1. But hold that, and we're gonna get to the video.
But this was no nightmare. It was a reality for one Alexandria family. It happened around 10 p.m. Tuesday near Duke and South Jordan Streets in Alexandria.
At first, I thought it was just a Halloween joke, a little prank. So I said, "Happy Halloween."
Shayla says she thought they'd leave, but they didn't. So she called 911 and told them.
That's your first problem. You talking about some happy Halloween. You ain't supposed to be celebrating none of that anyway. So you got, you know, that's what it talks about, following the law, statutes, commandment in the scriptures. You know what I mean? You playing around them, oh, happy Halloween. Don't even play like that. That's why they do that hedge, her hedge ain't where it need to be. You know what I'm saying? You need to put on a dress with some fringes to get that hedge right. Do you feel me? You're not trying to victim blame, but we already know that's what it is. Let's continue.
Some cops were on the way, but the trio seemed unfazed.
And they kept knocking on the door. The knocks would get harder and harder. And they threatened to kill us.
When they couldn't get in through the front, she says they came around back.
This whole thing, they broke down, as you could tell.
She showed us the damage. So did they actually go in there?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They hopped up on here and they came through.
She said they went right up to the glass.
They were just hitting the window.
She says they finally left after about 10 minutes. Police were at their home Wednesday. She says this is not a joke.
It's not even a joke gone wrong. They tried to enter into the home. My heart dropped when they said that they were going to take a chair and break down the door. That is just too much.
She says it's left their whole family shaken up, especially her mother.
My dad recently just died, so it's just I'm just glad I was there. Now she's in fear. She don't want to stay there by herself.
She says this could have ended much differently.
It could have been bad. Our Second Amendment right was not used and could have been, being very transparent.
To the people behind these masks.
That was giving grown-up activity. The time frame alone, 10 o'clock at night, to knock on someone's door in costume is never okay. Halloween, not Halloween, it's never okay.
See, you gotta keep in mind, right? She said that Second Amendment, you know what I'm saying? It's about to pull out that bang bang, you know what I mean? That you know what I mean? That silver, let them have it. But you gotta look at it, man. 3 people, you can have one through the front door, one through the back door, one through the window, try and come in. You know what I'm saying? Your odds ain't doing too good, gun or not, because they probably got guns too, or weapons too. You know what I'm saying? So we living in these last days. All right, let's bring that out, King. Ecclesiastes 3 and 1.
It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
Let's go down to verse 8.
Verse 8, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace.
This ain't no time of peace, man. This is wartime. So sisters, hold on to your man. Let him know, rub his shoulders. It could go down, Don't want to be arguing about something small, something petty. You know what I mean? Left the toilet seat up and you yelling at him and stuff like that. That man's gonna be extremely valuable in these last days. Precious gold. Okay. All right, let's keep it going. All right. Now let's get Joel chapter 2. Joel chapter 2. We're gonna play a part of what's coming. We ain't even talk about 3-Eye Atlas. You know what I mean? I know, brother, you talking about 3-Eye Atlas again, brother? Yes. Cause man, listen, ain't no daggone comet, Gina. Ain't no puppy. This is serious business. Let's talk about it. All right, let's bring that out. Joel 2 and start at the top, King.
Come on, King. It's the book of Joel, chapter 2 and verse 1. Blow ye the trumpets in Zion, a sound, an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord Yahweh cometh, for it is nigh at hand.
All right, go ahead.
A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and thick darkness, as the morning spreads upon the mountains. A great people and a strong. There have not been ever the like, neither shall be any more after it, even to the years of many generations.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Okay. Here we go. You probably heard this video. This, of course this is somebody that put it up, you know what I mean? Because it was just the audio. They put it up. You'll see the onks or whatever on the side. Just disregard that. You already know what it is. These are the angels. All right. What do they call them? I think, what's his name? He talks a lot about Egyptologist Carson. I can't think of his name right now, but talks about the video Space Jews, Space Hebrews. What's they made a joke about it? Dave Chappelle, Space Jews. I got a new movie. It's called Space Jews. You know what I mean? He threw that in, and man, you already know what it is. Let's watch it.
Here over the Air Force Base, these star-shaped ships were over a mile in length. One of them landed on the airport landing strip area. When it touched the ground, it created an earthquake like about a 3.5 It terrified everybody in the area. The back of this craft opened up, and several hundred young men with huge, heavy weapons came out of two sides of the ship and formed a protection line around the ship. And the people at that Air Force base, the commander, meeting with the individuals that were aboard this ship. And this particular race that landed those ships and that are seen in these huge star-shaped ships, they are a black race. They look like African Americans. They were about 6'4", 6'5". These tight-fitting black leather outfits on, and the weapons that they came out of the ships with, they were huge weapons. And if you've seen a race of people that were conquerors, that had never been conquered, they've got this look about them of arrogance. That is exactly what these extraterrestrials had, and they informed these people at this American Air Force Base that not only were they from a militaristic society, but they had controlled a large portion of reality that we live in. And this was the statement that Ronald Reagan was making to the United Nations when he said that if all the countries on the planet realized that there was a threat from outer space and from an alien civilization, we would all come together. But he was not allowed to make the statement. What I tell you is true, and the gentleman that you had on before, tell him to look.
So right now, the alien situation just got way stranger.
Okay, so you already see what that is. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta look at we gotta read the room, man. You know what I'm saying? They land, they come out and they say, come on, come with us. Okay, we out. Sit down like, oh, hold up. This person, you with GMS? Nah, I ain't gonna sit with you. I ain't gonna be on this chariot. You with IUIC? Nah, we ain't cool. We don't get along with each other. Sakari? Nah, man, it's a wrap. Nah, man, we ain't in that type time. We in the type time. We trying to get out of here. You know what I mean? So be aware, be advised. You know, let's be smart about this. Now look at this. We'll play just a little bit of this, right? It's a couple minutes, but notice when I'm gonna skip around because he talks or whatever like that. But when he talks, he shows the orbs, the UFOs, the chariots in the sky. It's Jake seeing that. They're like, yo, look at that Joan right there. I'm saying, you can tell who's filming. This is Jake. So let's watch this.
We got Brandon Biggs, the same guy who predicted months prior to it happening. He's now talking.
Oh no. Notice coming in November. Finally we see him. Those ain't no candlelight junk. Now they're here. The UFOs are in Cleveland.
Whatever's going on, it's amping up really quick, and it's as if we're being left out in the dark without any information. And now we have this. It seems that any information on 3i Alice has been embargoed for 74 years. So unless this thing actually lands on Earth, we're never getting to know what this alien ship is. Quite strange, isn't it? I mean, there's obviously nothing to do with aliens or UFOs, right?
Instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours. These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been.
There's an entire disclosure movement happening with Marco Rubio admitting that the UFOs we saw last year are not ours.
Guys, I'm recording.
If they're not ours, if they're not Chinese, are we talking about aliens? And is this why the disclosure movement is actually happening right now? Because whatever these things are, they're already here.
Yo, what the? A former NASA engineer just claimed Earth is covered in trillions of invisible alien devices, and that there are hidden alien surveillance networks already operating across the entire planet.
No sé si se puede ver arriba del aeropuerto de Lefort. Acabo de salir y veo esas luces.
Whatever these things are, they started coming out of the ocean since November last year, and they're still massively coming out of the ocean all over the world. And it just might be because of 3i Atlas. The question that everyone is asking right now is 3i Atlas the mothership? And what are we expecting for the next few months? So let's begin with the basic. And before we get to the good stuff, let's take a look at the latest Chinese. Whatever these things are, these orbs, they're everywhere. And there's this guy, Blue Line Bow Hunters. He posted a video a week ago with this thermal camera, one of the most expensive thermal cameras you can get on the market. Look at what he caught in Pennsylvania.
Through a thermal under white hot. There's a truck. We zoom in on the truck. Let's get our focus.
Nice truck.
Okay. The truck is about 150 yards away. Okay. Now that's the moon. And we're just gonna start scanning the sky because there's a lot of shit going on.
Tell me about it.
Can't see with the naked eye that I cannot explain. They're not bugs. They're not bats.
Okay.
Here. That's what a plane looks like. Okay. And there's something next to the plane. I don't know what it is. Okay. There goes a shooting star. I think.
Okay, wait. Let's pause this here. That was not a shooting star. I think that was a bug. But that thing following the plane.
But you catch my drift? That's out in front of the plane. And I don't know what it is. It's like the plane's following it.
Yeah, that looks like one of those orbs.
Like they're all over the place. Can't see them with the naked eye. No idea what they are. But they're freaking,
yeah.
See that one just turn?
So off through time restraints, I want to get 2 more videos in before the elder comes on. You should watch that video. You know what I'm saying? It's on the playlist, Sirach 20 and 6. It's the name of the playlist is Shabbat, and you get to see Jake. Jake's like, yo, what's up? Yo, they coming to get us. They coming to get us. And like all his videos, other than this guy, here's one with Cleveland. Let me see if I get this one in.
Get that better. Let's take a look at this.
The whole fleet is here.
That's a lot.
I see laser beams shooting down, man. We out of here.
We out of here, right?
We're on the outskirts. They're gone. Get a helicopter.
Okay.
Where are they coming from? They're gonna get the helicopter first.
I mean, it could be lanterns, something like that, but 18th. And again, lots of these things.
No bullshit. Right here in Chicago, we are in the shot. What the?
In Chicago.
It'd be a lot of weird shit though.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Always outside recording shit. It'd be hawks and eagles over there. It'd be all kind of.
What the fuck is that?
Alignment at the same time. You see what I'm with them?
And I'm hearing sirens.
Yeah.
Coming, it's some back here. Coming.
That's our people coming. You heard him say? That's our people coming. All right. So that's where we at. Joel chapter 2. Where we at? Verse 3.
King, verse 3.
Bring that out, King.
A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness. Yea, and nothing shall escape them.
So you see the stuff that's happening in the sky. You can say, all right, man, I don't know about 3-Eye Atlas, this, that, and the third, but that doesn't take away the fact that like the dude with the crazy camera and everybody's seeing things in the sky. This is going on right now. This is legit happening right now. Okay. You bring for and he says it's gonna be Garden of Eden before him and desolate wilderness behind it, coming to destroy. All right, can you read the next verse?
Reading on. The appearance of them is as the appearance of horses, and as horsemen, so shall they run.
Read on.
Like the noise of chariots on the tops of mountains shall they leap, like the noise of a flame of fire that devoureth the stubble, as a strong people set in battle array.
So the next video, I can't think of the guy's name. You know him when you see him, but he's a astrophysicist, stars, planets, you know what I mean? Like he ain't no dummy, right? Put it like that. Mickey Coco Choke, I don't know. Don't give me the line. But this is his, pretty much update that he puts on 3-Eye Atlas.
Right now, at this very moment, something extraordinary is happening in our solar system. An object from deep interstellar space, designated 3-Eye Atlas, is racing toward the sun at over 200,000 kilometers per hour. And in exactly 12 days, on October 29th, it will reach the closest point in its journey, a moment called perihelion. But here's what keeps Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb awake at night. This visitor might not leave. New calculations suggest it could use the sun's own gravity to slow down, to trap itself in our cosmic neighborhood permanently. And if that happens, Loeb warns financial markets could crash as humanity confronts a truth we've never faced before. But that's not even the worst part. Recent data reveals something far more unsettling about what this object actually is and what it might do when we can't see it behind the sun. So the question becomes, are we witnessing a natural comet or something deliberately designed? Let me explain what's happening here, because the mathematics tell a story that's becoming harder and harder to dismiss. When astronomers first calculated the trajectory of 3I Atlas, they noticed something statistically improbable. This object is aligned with our solar system's ecliptic plane, the invisible disk where all our planets orbit, to within just 5 degrees. Think about what that means. Out of every 100 random angles an interstellar visitor could arrive from, this alignment happens less than twice. It's like throwing a dart blindfolded and hitting the bullseye without even knowing where the board is positioned. But Avi Loeb has identified something even more extraordinary about this trajectory. He's talking about a maneuver called an Oberth effect. And if you understand this concept, you understand why October 29th could change everything. Imagine a cosmic slingshot operating in reverse. When a spacecraft falls deep into a gravity well and fires its engines at the lowest point, at maximum velocity, even a small thrust produces an enormous change in its final path. The sun's gravity well is the deepest pool in our entire neighborhood. And perihelion, that closest approach on October 29th, represents the exact moment when 3I Atlas will be moving at its absolute fastest, nearly 25,000 kilometers per hour. So we begin to wonder, what if this object applies thrust at precisely that moment? What if it uses the sun's own gravity to slow itself down just enough to become gravitationally captured, transforming from a temporary visitor into a permanent resident? The energy requirements are significant, yes, but not impossible. Certainly not beyond what we might expect from something carrying its own power source. And here's where the timing becomes either deeply suspicious or simply another improbable coincidence stacked onto an already improbable situation. October 29th places 3I Atlas on the far side of the sun from Earth's perspective. We won't be able to observe it during this critical window. Our ground-based telescopes will be useless, staring into the overwhelming glare. There will be a gap in our surveillance lasting weeks. And it's during this gap that whatever happens will happen, hidden from our view. But now we arrive at the revelation that transforms this entire story from curious to genuinely unsettling. Avi Loeb has just released new calculations about 3I Atlas, and what they suggest challenges everything we thought we understood about interstellar objects. According to his analysis, this enormous traveler may not be solid at all. The data increasingly points towards something extraordinary. It might actually be hollow inside. Let me walk you through why this matters. At first glance, that claim seems absurd. Objects drifting between stars for billions of years should represent the very definition of solid, frozen mountains of ancient ice and compressed rock forged in the gravitational furnaces of alien solar systems. But the mathematics refuses to cooperate with our assumptions. 3I Atlas, based on its observed brightness and estimated size, should weigh roughly 33 billion tons. To put that in perspective, imagine stacking more than 5,000 Great Pyramids together. Its diameter spans somewhere between 5 and 46 kilometers, depending on what we assume about its composition. Yet here's where the paradox emerges. When this massive object passed within just 29 million kilometers of Mars on October 3rd, its gravitational influence registered as practically negligible, essentially undetectable by the spacecraft monitoring that encounter. For a trained astrophysicist, this presents a contradiction as profound as placing a heavy bowling ball directly beside a lightweight basketball and discovering they exert identical gravitational pull. Something fundamental doesn't reconcile with what we're observing. So we're left with two possibilities, and neither fits comfortably into our existing models. Either 3I Atlas consists of exotic material with density lower than anything natural processes have ever manufactured, lighter even than industrial foam, essentially defying our understanding of cosmic chemistry. Or, alternatively, there exists substantially less physical matter within this object than its external appearance suggests. The equations consistently whisper one explanation more insistently than the alternatives. The interior is hollow. Loeb's reasoning follows elegant logic. If this object represented a uniform solid block of compressed ice and rock, its total mass and rotational characteristics would necessarily satisfy predictable mathematical relationships. They don't. The measured spin rate proves too leisurely for an object of its apparent size, or conversely, the mass registers too modest for the observed rotational stability. The only path toward reconciling these contradictory observations requires removing substantial mass from the interior volume, creating an internal void. The inevitable conclusion points toward a shell structure, something engineered rather than naturally formed. But this is where the story takes an even more unsettling turn. Loeb's latest hypothesis suggests that 3I Atlas might not be traveling alone. In his recent blog post, he uses a deliberately chosen analogy that conveys both elegance and profound implications. Think about how a dandelion spreads its genetic information across a field, not through one large seed, but through dozens of smaller ones, each equipped with its own tiny parachute, each capable of traveling significant distances on wind currents, each able to establish a new colony if conditions prove favorable. Now scale that concept up to interstellar distances. Replace biological imperative with technological purpose. What if 3I Atlas functions as a mothership carrying smaller probes within that hollow interior we discussed? And what if perihelion, that moment of closest solar approach when we cannot observe it, represents the optimal time for release? Here's what makes this hypothesis testable. So far, despite intensive monitoring from ground-based telescopes and multiple spacecraft, no smaller objects have been clearly detected traveling alongside 3I Atlas. The European Space Agency's images from Mars orbit show some faint features around the primary object, but analysis suggests these are likely just noise in the data, statistical fluctuations, rather than genuine physical structures. That absence matters because it sets up a clear before and after comparison. If 3I Atlas is simply a natural comet experiencing thermal stress during solar heating, it might fragment into pieces that drift apart passively, following slightly different trajectories determined by momentum from the breakup. But if it's something designed, the pattern would look different. We wouldn't see random debris gradually separating. We'd observe discrete units moving with apparent purpose, potentially accelerating away from the primary body, potentially heading towards specific destinations within our solar system. The Galileo Project observatories that Loeb directs are specifically designed to monitor Earth's atmosphere for unidentified phenomena. He's made it explicitly clear that any new activity coinciding with the perihelion passage would be of extreme interest. If objects start appearing in our skies, if sensor networks detect anomalous readings that conventional aircraft or natural atmospheric processes cannot explain, the temporal correlation with 3I Atlas would prove too significant to dismiss. And now we arrive at perhaps the strangest element of this entire story. After 3I, Atlas made its closest approach to Mars on October 3rd. Passing within just 29 million kilometers of the red planet, something unexpected happened. The data went dark. NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, equipped with a high-rise camera capable of reading license plates on the Martian surface, was positioned perfectly to capture detailed observations. The European Space Agency's Mars Express and Trace Gas Orbiter had clear viewing angles. China's Tianwen-1 mission orbited nearby with its sophisticated imaging systems. Yet comprehensive data releases from these missions have been conspicuously absent. NASA points to a government shutdown that began just 48 hours before the flyby, a bureaucratic paralysis that froze public communications precisely when this historic observation occurred. The European Space Agency maintains their data remains in processing pipelines. China, whose space program typically shares imagery within days of acquisition, has offered no official statements. The ESA did release some preliminary images showing faint features around 3I Atlas, but their own analysis suggests these might simply be noise artifacts, statistical fluctuations in detector readouts, rather than genuine structures. The timing raises question. When multiple nations simultaneously delay releasing data from such a significant event, it demands attention.
Right.
We'll know the truth within weeks. On October 29th, when 3I Atlas emerges from behind the sun, the universe will answer a question humanity has been asking since we first looked up at the stars. What do you think is really happening here? Drop your thoughts below.
What is going on? It's a lot of information, you know what I mean, put out in 12 minutes. But, you know, saying it's hollow, it doesn't have a tail. The light, or what you would consider something like a tail, the light is in front of the object. It's going on a trajectory that not supposed to happen, you know, like natural occurrences. And some people were saying that it actually moved off its projected trajectory. It's not supposed, comets aren't supposed to do that. Okay. So something to look at, something to think about. And all of a sudden, NASA and the Chinese, all of a sudden, their satellites don't work. Like, oh, sorry, we can't see it. Government shutdown. China don't have a government shutdown. China ain't saying nothing either. So, little fishy, if you ask me. Okay. I got one more video for the elder that comes on. All right. Let's do some scriptures real quick. Let's go to Psalm chapter 46 and verse 4.
This is the book of Psalm, chapter 46 and verse 4. There is a river, the streams whereof shall make glad the city of God Yahweh, the holy place of the tabernacle of the Most High.
Read on.
God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God shall help her, and that right early.
Read on.
The heathen raged. The kingdoms were moved. He uttered his voice. The earth melted.
That's our help. You know what I'm saying? Yahweh Shema Shai is our help. Okay. Read on.
Reading on. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Salah.
Go ahead.
Come, behold the works of the Lord, what desolation he hath made in the earth.
He's going to destroy this place for you. You know what I'm saying? For you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans crying out to the Most High, following his law, statutes, commandments. The Most High is going to destroy this place. Okay, go ahead.
He maketh wars to cease unto the end of the earth. He breaketh the bow and cutteth the spear in sunder. He burneth the chariots in the fire.
He's dropping chariots out of the sky. These planes, the jets, passenger planes, single engine planes, just dropping them. You know what I mean? And their carnal weaponry is nothing compared to Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. One chariot take this place out. Okay, go ahead.
Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the heathen. I will be exalted in the earth.
Be still and know that I am God. Be still, I got this. He says in Second Ezra, the 6th chapter. You know, I started Esau paraphrasing. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna take him out. Okay, I'm taking him out. You know what I mean? So you ain't gotta pop the trunk and I'm gonna do all this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? It's good to be physically fit, you know what I mean, as much as possible. Put the right foods in your body, you know what I mean, so you can focus more on praying to Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, you know what I mean, and be ready for anything that happens, Be ready so you don't have to get ready. If that brother wasn't where he needed to be and he's wrestling that gun away, boom. That's all it takes. You know what I'm saying? So get in the gym, you don't have to get in the gym. Start stretching. You know what I mean? Do small things, little things, stretch. Get your muscles moving, and then work your way up. Okay. Go ahead, verse 11.
Fine. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Salah.
So let's get Isaiah 40 and 28. But I'm gonna play this last video before the elder comes on, right? It talks about something I always talk about, meditation. You know what I mean? Getting your mind focused, being able to focus your mind, focus your thoughts. You know what I mean? Like sharpen your thoughts, like blinders on a horse. You know what I mean? You read the scriptures, you read one scripture, your phone goes off, you go on your phone, you check out Facebook, and then you try another scripture, and then you look at your phone again. Now you're on Instagram for 2.5 hours, and you're like, I ain't reading nothing. You're not focused. This helps you focus. This woman's going to talk about different meditations. Some, you can just focus on something. Some people put an apple on the table and just focus on the apple, see how long you can focus on it. I like focusing on my breath. You know what I mean? Your chest expands and you breathe out. Like if you could do that for 5 minutes and then work your way up, you know what I mean? It starts to get easier. You start realizing that you're getting more focused, you're getting more sharper. You know what I'm saying? It's like not going, on Sirach 20 and 6, I got a guided meditation. It's about an hour long. But start small. Start 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or whatever like that. 2 minutes, 1 minute, whatever. It's kind of like doing push-ups or bench press. You don't want to go on a bench press, put 500 pounds on there, and then you rack it and boom, it just breaks your daggone chest open. You'll never want to lift weights again. Work your way up, and the sister's going to talk about how it benefits, your brain. You know what I mean? You're not just reacting and ready to fight somebody all the time. And this, that, and the third, you take a deep breath, you think about it, and you make your moves accordingly. You know what I mean? But let's put on the video and then
Salakia, just
Khan.
add one more thing about that, which is important. It also can go into, situations where you see brothers have strokes and stuff like that. What the meditation does is it breathes and as the oxygen flows to your brain.
Khan. Because think about how important, excellent point, Elder. Think about how important oxygen is. You need it. Your cells need it. But we're always doing these little, little small breaths. You know what I'm saying? A nice deep breath. Like I said, you instead of all like this, your chest expands this way, out. That's where your chest is. That's why you think about it. Think about how your lungs. Your lungs ain't up here. Your lungs are down here. So you expand through your nose, to your mouth.
Right. You can hear me? Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. So the oxygen to your brain. So now when you have a stroke, a lot of times it's because you're not getting the proper oxygen flowing through your brain. So when you breathe like that, it flows the oxygen. So it actually stops strokes and stuff like that, man. So there's a lot of benefits in that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, the benefits far surpass those that, you know what I mean? And people think about, oh, meditation, that's for Elam and, Esau does the meditation. They stole everything from us anyway. We can go in the scriptures. Isaac was meditating in the field before he met Rebecca. Paul says, meditate on these things holy. Uh, uh, David says, my meditation in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So Yahushua went to a quiet place to to pray. You know what I mean? So look at these benefits that, that is known through the scientific community.
Have you ever tried meditating and thought, is this actually doing anything? Maybe you've heard that meditation helps with stress, focus, or emotional balance, but it just felt like sitting in silence, waiting for something to happen. Well, here's the thing. Whether you feel it in the moment or not, meditation is changing your brain in ways that scientists can actually measure. And these changes aren't just temporary. With consistent practice, meditation can reshape key areas of your brain, helping you regulate emotions better, improve focus, and even rewire patterns of stress and anxiety. I'm Dr. Tracy Marks, a psychiatrist, and I make mental health education videos to help you strengthen your mind, fortify your brain, and build resilience. In this series, we've been exploring the mind-brain connection and how to develop lasting mental strength. In the last video, I talked about the neuroscience of breath work and how controlled breathing can instantly shift your emotional state by activating your parasympathetic nervous system. But what if you could take that even further, training your brain to become more resilient to stress long term? That's where meditation comes in. Today, I'm going to break down exactly how meditation changes your brain, how it affects your stress response, which types of meditation work best for different mental health benefits. Your brain is constantly changing based on the things that you do over and over. Just like lifting weights strengthens your muscles, regularly practicing meditation strengthens certain brain pathways. One of the most well-documented effects of meditation is the impact on 3 key areas of the brain: the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex, and the default mode network. The amygdala is your brain's emotional alarm system. It helps detect threats, but it can also overreact, making you feel anxious or on edge even when there's no danger. Studies show that meditation reduces the size and activity of the amygdala over time. This means you become less reactive to stress, and instead of feeling hijacked by your emotions, you gain the ability to step back and respond more calmly. This is why long-term meditators tend to have lower baseline stress levels. It's not that they never experience stress, it's that their brains aren't stuck in a constant fight or flight response. The prefrontal cortex is the CEO of your brain, and it's responsible for logical thinking, impulse control, and emotional regulation. Meditation strengthens this area, helping you regulate emotions better and make more thoughtful decisions instead of reacting impulsively. This is why meditation is often used to treat conditions like anxiety and depression, because it gives you better control over runaway thoughts and emotions. Imagine being in an argument, and instead of instantly snapping back, you pause, take a breath, and choose a response that actually aligns with your values. That's your prefrontal cortex doing its job. The default mode network is the part of your brain that generates self-referential thoughts. What's that? These are thoughts that revolve around yourself, how you relate to the world, how others perceive you, and how your actions shape your environment. With self-referential thoughts, you might find yourself replaying conversations, analyzing past decisions, or worrying about how a situation will unfold. Your default mode network turns on when you're not intentionally thinking about something or letting your mind wander. So if you don't have anything to think about, the network will fill in the dead airspace for you. And when this network is overly active, you can get caught up in worrying and negative ruminations. Meditation has been shown to reduce activity in the default mode network, making it easier to stay present rather than get lost in thought. And this is why people who meditate regularly report feeling more engaged in the moment and less consumed with their internal dialogue. Those are the effects on your brain. Here's how meditation affects your body's stress response system. Number 1, meditation lowers cortisol levels. Chronic stress keeps your cortisol levels elevated, which can lead to anxiety, brain fog, and even memory problems. Meditation reduces baseline cortisol, helping you stay more balanced under pressure. Number 2, meditation also improves heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is a marker of how well your nervous system adapts to stress. Higher heart rate variability means that you recover from stress faster. And meditation improves your heart rate variability by increasing vagal nerve activity, which is your body's natural calm down switch. Another benefit of meditation is it boosts attention and focus. Meditation increases dopamine and strengthens neural circuits related to focus. In fact, studies show that even brief daily meditation can improve attention span and working memory. So this all sounds great, but what type of meditation is best? The reality is meditation isn't a one size fits all. Different techniques affect the brain in different ways, so it depends on what you're looking for. Let's go over three main types and what they do. First, there's focused attention meditation, which is great for improving focus and cognitive function. This is where you concentrate on one thing, like your breath, counting your inhales and your exhales, or focusing on a mantra. It strengthens the prefrontal cortex, which helps with attention control and impulse regulation. When your mind wanders, and it will, you bring your attention back to the focus point. Next, we have open monitoring meditation, also known as mindfulness meditation. And this one is all about observing your thoughts and emotions without reacting to them. Instead of focusing on one thing, you allow your thoughts to come and go naturally, almost like watching clouds pass in the sky. This type of meditation is best for emotional regulation and reducing overthinking because it actually calms the amygdala, the brain stress and fear center. And then there's transcendental meditation, which is designed for deep relaxation and stress reduction. It involves repeating a mantra, but unlike focused attention meditation, where you actively refocus when your mind drifts, transcendental meditation is passive. You repeat the mantra gently, allowing your thoughts to flow without controlling them. Now, one important thing to know about transcendental meditation is it's typically taught by a trained instructor, and the mantra that you use is personalized to you. You can practice other forms of meditation on your own, but traditional transcendental meditation usually requires learning through a structured program. So to recap when to use these, if you want to improve focus, go with focused attention meditation. If you need help managing emotions and stopping overthinking, try mindfulness meditation. And if you just want deep relaxation, transcendental meditation may be your best bet. Here's how to get started. If you're new to meditation, keep it simple. Just 1 to 2 minutes a day is enough to begin. You can always build up gradually over time. Use an anchor, like focusing on your breath or repeating a mantra or listening to a steady sound. And be patient. Your mind will wander, and that's completely normal. The practice is in noticing when it happens and gently bringing it back to your focus. If you struggle to focus, guided meditations can also help. Having someone walk you through it can make it easier for you to stay present. And remember, this is like working out a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger your brain circuits become. Before we wrap up, here are a few key takeaways. Meditation physically changes your brain. It shrinks the stress center, strengthens the thinking brain, and rewires negative thought loops. It lowers cortisol, improves focus, and enhances emotional control, all things essential for resilience. And there's no one right way to do it. The most important thing is to start small and find a practice that works for you. Next up, we'll explore movement-based mindfulness. So if you find sitting meditation challenging, this would be a great alternative. If you found this helpful, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. And I'd love to hear from you. If you've ever tried meditation, what's been your biggest challenge with it? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Kid, all praises, Yahweh Shem Mashiach Yahweh. Reset, you know what I'm saying? Reset with the meditations, slow down. You see the situations, everything that's going on, slow it down. Talk to your Heavenly Father. You know what I mean? It's very beneficial. So let's bring that out. Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 28.
Come on, King. It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 40, and verse 28. Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard that the everlasting God, the Lord, Yahweh, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth it not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding.
He's deep like the ocean floor. Slocky, deep like the ocean floor. And being able to tap in, hit that frequency of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, you know what I mean? Not all, like she's saying, like brain fog and I can't even concentrate and this, that, and the third, but hit that sharp, you know what I mean? Hit that narrow, talking to the Heavenly Father, good things tend to happen. Let's go to verse 29.
Verse 29. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might, he increaseth strength.
Read on.
Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall.
Go ahead.
But they that wait upon the Lord Yahweh shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and be not weary, and they shall walk and not faint.
So you think about it, getting to a point where, you're praying constantly. Do you know what I'm saying? You following the law, statutes, commandments in the Bible. You're reading the scriptures. You know what I mean? You're doing everything in your power to live righteous. And then you pray to the Most High. You pierce the clouds. You know what I'm saying? Amazing things happen. David said he prayed to Yahweh Shema Shai and an earthquake happened. You know what I mean? The earth shook. So these things happen. You see Moses, people were bothering Moses. He said, yo, get away from him. Went to Yahweh Shema Shai, a sinkhole happened. So we have the ability to do these things, you know what I'm saying, through Yahweh Shem Shai, though. You know what I'm saying? This is through the Most High God. We have the ability to do these things because we ask the Heavenly Father, okay? So be encouraged, Israel. We in the last days, and things are going to continue to get real. You got to learn how to calm yourself, relax, and trust in the Most High God, okay? Don't be hating your brother in your heart. Don't be hating your sister in your heart. Let the Most High God judge. He's the one that's going to, avenge. You know what I mean? Don't be, somebody moved my cheese. Adjust. We got to learn to adjust. You see, they're taking away food stamp benefits. He's going to take away housing. He's going to, this devil's going to do all these things because he's the sword of the Most High. We got to get closer to the Heavenly Father and good things will happen. All right. Everybody that's on the YouTube, the elder is going to go on his live on YouTube. But everybody that's on the Zoom, you can stay on here, but we're going to click off the YouTube.
Shalakia. No,
go ahead, Elder.
I'm gonna go on HOI class. Just restart it to HOI class, and I'm gonna let you finish. Then I'm gonna say one thing real quick.
Okay, I seen what you. I didn't see the text. I got you. Okay, so everybody saw on the YouTube. Shabbat Shalom. Keep going. We got next. Hom Yashala. Shalom.